Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. Più nigga on a microphone. Can't wait to sit number 15. Rock, you on the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sit on no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari, my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior, warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Not so really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás encuesta pal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino pero bueno de tu primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. A tu educación mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la fruna, no una pura canción que me dura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, no por llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que viva. vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
¿Qué?
Hay extorsiones, robos, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
Al vecindario
sirven como fieles feligreses, a oscuro interés, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propia basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará,
CPF.
Hey, what's up, family? Shalom, duo. What's going on? Yeah, what's up? Don't care. Yeah, man, my bad, bro. I had to tend to some stuff, and I was kind of tired, man, to be honest. And I couldn't. I wasn't in the mindset to do it. So all praises, man. I had a good night rest. Hope y'all doing well. I know you guys that keep the Sabbath today, so I guess happy Sabbath or Shabbat Shalom, however you guys say it. Listen, today's class, I hope, session, whatever you guys want to call it, I hope you guys appreciate it, okay? The topic is called Psycho Americans of 1910. Now, I'm going to say something to you guys. By the way, let me get my camera here real quick. Get that fixed. My background looks kind of weird, fam. I guess because I have some lights on here. Let me turn that off. That looks weird. Damn. So, all right. I don't have the best camera right now, so hopefully you guys are okay with that. But you're not here to see me. Anyway, let's begin. Okay. So whoever's gets here on time, perfect. If not, oh well. You guys can catch it later. So let's start with this right here, fam. Listen, there's gonna be 2 topics. I'm gonna spend time on one, and then I'm gonna move on to the other right quick. All right, maybe about an hour and a half on one, and an hour and a half on the other. This one here is called "A Psycho Americans of 1910," and then you guys will know what the next topic is. All right, so it's gonna be more like political stuff right now, and then we'll get to some scriptural stuff later. But 2 different topics. So let's begin with this one. I need you guys to understand that this has been a reoccurring thing. Remember, there's nothing new under the sun, okay? I'm going to speed this up to like 150, so then we don't have to sit here for 8 minutes. But I want you to pay attention to what he's talking about. This is AMLO mentioning a guy named Robert Lansing, okay? Now, I had found this out about maybe 4 years ago, and I'm glad that this was finally mentioned last year, as you guys can see 8 months ago, right? So let's listen in to what is being said right here, all right? In case you guys don't know, Robert Lansing, well, I'll show you. I'll read it after, and he's going to read it too, all right? Let's go.
Las tradiciones que vienen de lejos, porque somos herederos de grandes civilizaciones. Y esos valores son los que nos han salvado siempre. Esas culturas nos han salvado. Y por eso el país siempre sale adelante. Enfrenta temblores, inundaciones, pandemias, malos gobiernos, saqueos. Y va a México, siempre. Se levanta.
Let me put in translation in case you guys don't understand what he's saying. There it goes. All right.
Nuestras culturas. Entonces, sí hay gente muy buena en el Poder Judicial. No son la mayoría, pero sí hay. ¿Dónde está la mayoría de gente buena? Es en el pueblo, en las comunidades, en la familia. Ya cuando se trata de la parte política, de las cúpulas de poder económico, político, ya ahí es otra cosa. Ahí ya sí domina más la ambición. Parece mentira, ¿no? Pero hay veces que los más ambiciosos y corruptos son los que supuestamente están más educados. Y puede ser, ¿eh? Porque una cosa es la educación y otra cosa es la cultura. La novela esta de Puzo, del Padrino, habla de que el Padrino, bueno, uno de sus hijos estudiaba en una universidad del extranjero. Imagínense los que han ido a estudiar a universidades famosas del extranjero.
All right, you guys need to pay attention to what he's saying, okay? He's talking about now foreign people of Mexico being educated from other countries, all right? Let's go.
Y que han llegado a ser presidentes. Lo que han hecho. Decía un jefe de Estado, a ver si lo conseguimos, el dato, de que para dominar a México, un jefe de Estado del gobierno estadounidense. Esto es bueno para los jóvenes, porque esto estoy seguro que los jóvenes...
El embajador de los Estados Unidos.
No lo saben, no.
All right, so what he's saying is that a lot of our people don't know that these are the statements that have been said for centuries. You see, I couldn't find a book because I was reading it last night and I can't remember which one. I was just, kind of distracting myself a little bit. And it talks about how the Americans, it didn't say white people, it said the Americans, they feel superior over you so-called Mexicans. And like you said, all will be revealed. You're right. Their spirit is ignorantly coming out. And what I mean by ignorantly is that they're not aware that it's spilling through their bloodline, sweating off their skin, bro. The hate. But let's continue, because remember, the sword is a two-edged sword, right? Well, the same is with enemies. They'll come at you in two different directions. So let's make sure that we know, like the other readings we had the other day, who your enemy is and who your brothers are. Let's go.
Creo que era un jefe de Estado, jefe del Departamento de Estado. Sí, fíjense lo que decía, lo que le recomendaba, creo que a un presidente, ¿no? O a alguien también, de que no hacía falta intervenir con las armas. al país para dominarnos. ¿Sí lo tiene? A ver. ¿De qué año es? Del 20. Pero es buenísimo. Sí, es la carta del exsecretario de Estado, Robert Lance, dirigida a William Rudolph Hearst, en relación a la campaña de su cadena de periódicos, así es el dueño de los periódicos, ¿no?, que era muy poderoso, para poner en la presidencia de México a un estadounidense y terminar con la Revolución Mexicana, que amenazaba los intereses de las grandes corporaciones norteamericanas, principalmente petroleras. Fíjense lo que decía. México es un país extraordinariamente fácil de dominar, porque basta con controlar a un solo hombre, el presidente. A ver, no, espérate, es que lo que viene es lo mejor. Sí, esto, ¿no? Tenemos que abandonar la idea de poner en la presidencia mexicana a un ciudadano norteamericano, ya que eso conduciría otra vez a la guerra. La solución necesita de más tiempo. Estos son los años 20 del siglo pasado. Qué profético. Debemos abrirle a los jóvenes mexicanos ambiciosos las puertas de nuestras universidades y hacer el esfuerzo de educarlos en el modo de vida americano, en nuestros valores y en el respeto del liderazgo de Estados Unidos. México necesitará administradores competentes y con el tiempo esos jóvenes llegarán a ocupar cargos importantes y eventualmente se adueñarán de la misma presidencia. Y sin necesidad de que Estados Unidos gaste un centavo o dispare un tiro, harán lo que queramos y lo harán mejor y más radicalmente que lo que nosotros mismos podríamos haberlo hecho.
Wow. I mean, I'm not, if this kind of like just walked over you guys. Here, let's just continue. Let me show you this real quick. Let's see if this is the link that I was looking for. Nah, not this. Show you this real quick. This is from a book called The Literary and Legal Genealogy of the Native Dispositions. All right. Dispossessions. The Marshall Trilogy. Okay. I'll give you guys the link. I want you to know what it is actually saying. See it right here, I think. Yeah. We're going to go to page 24, and then we'll go to page 25. Let's read this real quick. It says, it reads, John Marshall was the longest serving Chief Justice in Supreme Court history and played a significant role in the development of American legal system and federal Indian law. He established that the courts have the power of judicial review, which is the autonomy to strike down laws that violate U.S. Constitution. Marshall had been credited with cementing the position of the American judiciary as an independent, influential branch of government. The Marshall Court made several important decisions relating to federalism, shaping the balance of power between the federal government and the states. Among these decisions are the three cases that form the basic framework of federal Indian law in the United States, referring to as the Marshall Trilogy. It is tempting to quote Worcester's assertion that the law has no force in Indian country to the Supreme Court, but such as assertion doesn't implicate an important constitutional concern. Now, in case you guys don't know this, it's regarding the three cases: Johnson versus McIntosh, Cherokee in 1823, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831, and Worcester versus Georgia in 1832. In most accounts, these rulings are said to have pronounced upon land rights of Native Americans. As an outlined in the introduction to this book, a central claim is that the trilogy is an exemplary of a set of discourses from which subject collective known as Native American Indians were produced. Now, let me go to, according to simply get covered, the people marshal with other broad being any community people who were just resortly other than I don't like now. Let me get to the point. All right. In case you guys don't know this, I've mentioned it before. The doctrine of discovery. Okay. The doctrine of discovery, which is attached to manifest destiny, which is what purport to it, I guess, or developed or enhanced or manipulated the Monroe Doctrine. Okay? So just in case you guys are not aware of it, that's what it means. Now, let's continue reading. The doctrine of discovery was the law of colonialism introduced in North America by the European powers in the early 17th century, meaning in the 1600s through 1700. Okay? The doctrine was a legal fiction. A legal fiction. Listen, do you want to know what fiction means? Yeah, I'll show you. Just look up the word fiction. Fiction meaning imaginary events. Okay? Fake. The doctrine of discovery was the law of colonialism introduced in North America by European powers in the early 17th century. The doctrine was a legal fiction drawn up by colonial powers to divide the globe into spheres of influence. In its essence, it was a legal veneer to appropriation of both lands and peoples, while simultaneously maps were drawn up to manage potential conflicts between European colonial powers. By the symbolic art of painting a flag in the ground of newly discovered lands, England, France, Spain, and Portugal laid claim to the territory, not only in North America, but around the globe. The doctrine had its genesis in international law drawn up by the Holy See in the 16th century. Remember this. It was based on several papal bulls. Now, we know what these papal bulls are, in case you guys have been following history. All right? I don't got to get into it. You guys should know this by now. And if you don't know it, then look it up. But this should be info you guys should know by now. If you watch this channel even one or two times, you know I've mentioned these things. The papal bull largely incorporated the language of domination and conquest. The bulls were issued to kings of Spain and Portugal to convert, subjugate, and enslave non-Christian lands, first in West Africa and then in the Western Hemisphere. The bulls Romanus Pontifex in 1854 stated in part of King Portugal of Alfonso. Now, for you dumb so-called Hispanics that believe in this 12-type chart and you always want to say Esau, listen, read your history. Portugal was very well known for being black people, meaning they were mixing with the Africans. And a lot of these Portuguese were convert Jews, and most of them were Swarty mofos, okay? And the Spaniards were too. But you had now people that were in power that were lighter skinned than they were. Now, when you say Christian, those are white people. When you say Europeans, not always applies to white people. It applies to people of color too. So let's not forget how in the world did Portugal, because in 1480 and 60 and all of these times, they were benefiting from the conquering. And these Swarty people were enslaving Africans too. So this is why it gets confusing when one wants to say that they ruled Europe, because then that means that you enslaved black people. So that means you're not the people, because you were the slaver. But anyways, that's another point. Papal bulls largely incorporated language elimination. Okay, so now let's go in here. It says here, we therefore weighing all and singular premises with due meditation, and noting that since we have formally by other letters of our granted, among other things, free and ample faculty to the aforesaid King Alfonso to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, subdue all Saracens, which were Africans, and pagans whatsoever, and other enemies of Christ, who wheresoever placed in the kingdoms of dukedoms, principalities and dominions, positions, and all movable and immovable goods whatsoever held and any possessed by them, to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, countries, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert them to his and their use and profit. I didn't know Christians were converted like that. Anyways, further evidence of how the papal bull provided religious legal cover to Christian monarchs and their servants is extracted from a close reading of the papal bull. But listen to this. Let me see if I'm going to go to the point. The next page, is it the next page? Give me a second. Here it goes right here. The rights, this is on page 26, second paragraph. The rights created by Holy See give legal justification to Spanish and Portuguese explorers to seek out land, and by mere reading of Christian demands for religious conversions, establish the pretense of legality. Meaning that was the excuse of saying, oh, we're here to supposedly liberate you. To the appropriation of lands, their peoples, and their cultures with the mere symbolism of arrival or the cross, correct? Come on, man, shoot. The alleged legal rights incorporated into the papal bull were later used to establish the doctrine of discovery, a doctrine that formed legal basis to the Supreme Court ruling in Johnson versus McIntosh. So this U.S. Supreme Court law used a fictitious or a legal fiction based on the papal bull to then take the lands of our people. That's what it says right here. A Supreme Court justice voted against our own gente and said, well, the papal bull gave us the right to take these lands. So these Christians believe in Revelation. As a matter of fact, I'll bring it out. These Christians believe in Revelation, right? Revelation? Was it 13:10? Which one is it? Man, I can't even remember the scripture, man. Come on, somebody help me. 13:10? It's been a while. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Here he goes. Revelation 13:10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints. White America. Here, I'm going to do this. White America and Black America. You have no legal right to these lands. Zero. You based these lands, the takeover, the stealing. Now, let me say something to you Republicans or Democrats, right? It's like, well, that's the past. Okay. Honesty to she oh no list. Why am I bringing this up? Constitutionalists. Who are they? Who are they? The constitutionalist is someone who believes in the principles of limited government and individual rights, meaning they believe in the original Constitution of 1776. This society of ours You like to use laws based on history, but then you tell us not to use history to justify law. Does that make any sense? You literally voted against our people in 1823 because the doctrine of discovery applied to you. But yet, the papal bull was even, as a matter of fact, the papal bull has been repudiated by the Christian church in 2022. Where are you Christians at? That's just the beginning, fam. The relationship between international law up until the 16th century and the decisions of Johnson ruling in 1823 cannot escape the accusation that it offered a pretext for conquest in disguise of Christian denomination. A ver, where are you Christians at? Hey, come up, Camelon. Where's your Christianity at? Aren't you Italian? You related to so-called Christopher Columbus? You cannot escape the accusation that you technically disguised yourself as liberators of the Christian doctrine to dominate our people. It's even in newcomers in pagans in the promised land. Woo! Check this out. Decodes the papal bulls to reveal how a framework of religious domination was sanctified as legal doctrine and a doctrine while becoming law, was derived from religious assertions of what rights European colonial powers could impose on so-called heathen and non-Christian people. So now, let me ask you a question. Are you guys going to repudiate your doctrine of discovery? You see, you guys, I'm gonna tell you something, fam. I'm waiting for someone to come on board and tell me I'm wrong about everything I'm talking about. I don't political, Christian, Hebrew, because you guys are next. The central premises of U.S. Indian law and policy that the United States has plenary, virtually absolute authority over Indian nations on the basis of the discovery of North American continent by Christian people. Okay? Here, let me open this up. Sorry. Will be revealed as truly bizarre. That premise, I contend, is fully in violation of the presumed separation of church and state in the United States.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
You are so good at saying we separate church and state. We love evangelicals, but you pass laws based on church. Just saw a video of Black Hebrew channel exposing other Hebrew cult leaders and other black leaders as Freemasons and Prince Solomon, and everyone in the comment section was freaking out. Hey, forward that link, man. I want to see it. Just put it here. I'll watch it later. Matter of fact, I'll probably watch it on the side and quiet and see what it says. But let's continue. Newcomb reveals the subtle yet profound decoding of the doctrine of discovery in the American context, a religious undercurrent that was embedded in international law until 1823. The international law of nations up until 1823 accepted, whether directly via papal bulls or indirectly via others issued by the kings of England, that heathen lands were subject to conversions and dominations based on their non-Christian attributes. Robert A. Williams Jr. in The American Indian in Western Legal Thought, The Discourse of Conquest connects the pragmatic English act in their relation to their American colonies and the laws of nations based on Christian dominations over heathens. Williams writes this, and then I'll move on to the next page. As reflected in the proclamation of 1763, which was when the 13 colonies purchased Florida. So you people of Florida, whether white or black, right? You guys need to do your history on that part. See, the 13 colonies were just a little bit up north. It was not Florida, nor the southern parts, nor Texas, none of that. And I'm going to show you a video that you promised the British not to go further. Everything about these people, white or black, are deception. You're full of deception. That's why you're fighting each other with your own doctrines of devils. You're falling apart, and it's okay. I enjoy it. This imperial discourse accepted the necessity of peaceful purchases of frontier Indian lands under strict pragmatic approach of Indian affairs. The imperial policy ultimately rested on the ancient legitimating foundations of the superior rights of Christian Europeans in lands held by non-normative divergence. You mean like non-Christian people? English crown, by virtue of English discovery of the infidel-occupied lands of America, asserted that feudality derived prerogative rights of conquest over America. I'll just read this and then we'll let it go. The doctrine of discovery is a framework of colonial conquest transport within the holy see of religious piety and English legal justification. The sums of these two religious and legal sources underscore the nature of the law of nations up until Johnson ruling 1823. It is hard to avoid this harsh judgment of the doctrine of discovery as it founded the legal and religious justification of colonial conquest of North America by the major European powers during the 16th century through the 20th century. Not only did the doctrine of discovery provide a religious and legal veneer to colonial conquest, it also denied any rights of land or culture to the indigenous peoples who preceded the European incursions into North America. Let me see this. Oh, okay. Here, we'll stop. Let me see. Let me see what's going to say on the next page, because I don't want to keep saying we'll stop here and then that's it. Yeah, let's stop on this page over here on the bottom to the next one. All right, so let's go. That's right. The United States, in other Western settler in other Western settler colonized states, the rule begins with the doctrine of discovery and its discourse of conquest, which denies fundamental human rights and self-determination to indigenous tribal peoples. In the United States, the doctrine has proved itself to be a perfect instrument of empire under the rules and principles of federal Indian law, derived from the doctrine of the United States. From the doctrine, the United States acquired a continent in perfect good faith that its wars and acts of genocide directed against Indians people accorded with the rule of law. A close reading of how the doctrine of discovery was incorporated by Chief Justice Marshall in trilogy cases is offered in this chapter. At this juncture, it is important to take a measured look at the doctrine of discovery and its basis of religious and legal domination over indigenous land and people, not only in North America, but throughout the world. Equally, once an understanding of what the doctrine of discovery meant and how it was derived as realized, one can also understand how European superstates, clothed in the trappings of the Holy See and English law, developed the course of law of nations, a discourse that formed an important part of discursive archive that situated the martial ruling of Johnson in 1823. Y'all can look at this book. You guys want to tell me that I'm going too far back, but you guys are constitutionalists. I know you don't like this topic. I know you don't. And I don't care if you don't. I'm not here to please you guys, man. I already know half of y'all already hate me anyway, so that doesn't matter. Check this out. Let's learn a little history.
What if you could do SEO?
Okay, learn a little history here. We're gonna find out exactly how the takeover began. So this guy, yeah, he has it in English. Perfect. All right. So let's listen in. It's a 11-minute video, but I'm gonna speed it up so then we can get through this quickly. Okay. So remember, pay attention to the progression. And I want you to pay attention to when Florida was becoming part of their town. So all of you dummies that are from Florida that passed this law to get rid of our people, you guys realize that? Well, we'll find out right now.
Cuando el Imperio Británico llegó a América, iniciaron a colonizar solo esta pequeña parte del continente, y conforme iban creciendo terminarían trazando una línea que iba a lo largo de esta pequeña cadena montañosa. Esta línea buscaba dividir a los indios nativos de los colonos anglosajones, ya que los nativos americanos habían ayudado a los británicos en su lucha contra.
See this here? This is the 13 colonias, 13 colonies, okay? Look what it looks like. 13 colonies between 1689 and 1763. So you see all of this? White America, Black America. You see all of this here? You see, there was already Black people here. Yeah, you guys helped conquer Florida. And it used to be a sanctuary state. This was a sanctuary state. So some of you guys are up here that were actually slaves, not just perpetual, because some of you were. You would get away and come down to Florida, to a sanctuary state where they spoke Spanish. Yeah, you guys first spoke Spanish. All you Floridians, you Black and white ones, you guys all first spoke Spanish. You have no idea of your history. But let's continue.
Esta línea buscaba dividir a los indios nativos de los colonos anglosajones, ya que los nativos americanos habían ayudado a los británicos en su lucha contra los franceses, por lo que como gratitud la
See, Latinoamericanos had helped the British fight the Spaniards. Let's go.
corona británica se comprometería a no invadir sus tierras, por lo que prohibió a todos los colonos ingleses establecerse al oeste de esta línea.
And here it shows that the 13 colonies, you deceivers, had promised Britain after this whole fight claim clear, right? That you wouldn't invade Indian territory. Why are you there? You reap what you sow. Y'all are complaining about people coming to this country and living in New York, whatever. And now you got Black people complaining and all that, right? You reap what you sow. You stole what's not yours. Everything about you is a lie. Everything that you have is out of fiction. Like the money, you know? It has no value. It's just paper. It's not gold. It's not attached to gold. It's attached to the frequency of inflation. That's what it's attached to. I know some of you guys don't know what it means. Let's go.
A todos los colonos ingleses establecerse al oeste de esta línea. Estos colonos eventualmente declararían su independencia de Gran Bretaña y fundarían su propio país. Pero el compromiso de estos colonos no era el mismo que el de los británicos, por lo que a partir de este momento ignorarían esa promesa y paulatinamente iniciarían a moverse hacia...
See? But even after the promise, Estados Unidos, okay? You ignored the promise and you gradually began to move further. You want to say, that's the past, then stop, then throw away your constitution and give us our lands back. I'm talking to every single one of you, Black and white. Give us our lands back, because it's imaginary. You use the papal bull to justify the takeover. The doctrine of discovery, that's what you use in court. In court, you separated church and state, but yet you use church to justify state law. Oh, fucking hypocritical, man.
Hacia el oeste, masacrando de forma masiva a aquellos indios que alguna vez habían sido sus aliados. Con el paso del tiempo, expandirían su territorio, comprando todas estas tierras.
Then you continued even further. But you said 13 colonies, I'm going to stop right there, Britain. Spain, help us out because France is going to beat us. And then what you do? What did you do? You turned your back on us. See, there's no way to trust you guys ever again, white or Black, because it was both of you nations that did this. Look at the statistics on voting. It's always white and Black. It's hardly any other nations. Let's continue. To me, this is the doctrine of discovery. You guys believed that you were the people of the book. What year did the whites gain power in Europe? It was progressive. It started in about 1300. And it kind of lasted up until, I think, Napoleon, man. That's when it was fully converted white power. But it wasn't completely done in America. In 1865 is when it was fully white power. If you look up the Reconstruction Act and all that stuff, right? There's something called white standard, that they were actually passing laws to determine who would be qualified as somebody under white standard. You could be Black looking, right? Or say like me, But if I was considered a European, I could prove it, I would be called white standard. So then that's when the preference of mixing with lighter skin became prevalent, because before it wasn't necessarily like that. They were enslaving our people. They wanted nothing to do with us other than our sisters. Let's go.
Y dejando ver su verdadera intención, llegar al Pacífico. Por lo que a principios
See, the true intention to reach the Pacific, so that at the beginning of the 19th century, the United States, let's go.
del siglo XIX, Estados Unidos ya tenía 27 estados y un montón de territorio al oeste, pero el país aún no lograba extenderse de mar a mar. Por lo que su primera oportunidad se presentaría cuando los ingleses se encontraban en las guerras napoleónicas. Por
Right here, bro. That's what I was talking about. Let's go.
lo que Estados Unidos lanzaría una invasión contra la 14ª colonia para conquistarla y obtener su salida al Pacífico. Pero los ingleses no se quedarían con los brazos cruzados y los echarían fuera de Canadá, y en el proceso atacarían Nueva York y destruirían Washington para darles la mayor humillación de su historia. Por lo que entenderán que mirar al norte ya no era una opción, por lo que entonces voltearán al sur, donde un virreinato se encontraba peleando su independencia contra un imperio.
They tried to go north. You sneaky bastards. Y'all tried to go north. They whooped your ass. Let's go.
Y es aquí donde inicia nuestra historia de cómo Estados Unidos realizó el mayor plan para lograr su gran objetivo, extenderse hacia el Pacífico.
You're not imagining it.
Después de su fracaso en Canadá, Estados Unidos empezaría a desear una pequeña porción de tierra perteneciente a España, llamada Florida. Primeramente intentarían comprarla por $5 millones, pero la respuesta que recibirían sería que no. Entonces,
Hey, so all of you guys that are not familiar with your own Florida history, okay, prior to the 13 colony stuff, just be mindful of this. Every time, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to educate you guys. I'm not. I'm here to educate our people. Let's go.
el presidente de esta época enviaría a grupos a establecerse ilegalmente en Florida para que produjeran revueltas contra España.
This is what I'm talking about. This right here. America goes and sends people, or U.S. comes and sends people here to cause a revolution. Libertad, whatever, right? But they were already free because they wanted this land. It's like, remember, it's like they do in every single Latin American country right now, man. When they want something, they cause chaos.
Levantando aspiraciones independentistas. En este momento los españoles pasaban una etapa muy difícil. Todas sus colonias se estaban levantando en su contra, por lo que cuando España vio que Estados Unidos estaba incitando revueltas en Florida, decidiría mejor sentarse a negociar y sacar algo favorable. De esta forma se firmarían los tratados de Adams-Onitz, donde se fijarían los límites entre México y Estados Unidos, y la Florida pasaría a ser parte de la Unión Americana por $5 millones. En este momento, el Imperio Español sabía que si no poblaba rápidamente Texas, los Estados Unidos podrían intentar meterse también a la mala.
They did. That's exactly what they did. Let's go.
Pero no tenían suficiente población para enviar a esta región, por lo que concederían un permiso especial para que un empresario estadounidense pudiera alquilar tierras y traer un pequeño grupo de familias a poblarlo, bajo la condición de que se convirtieran al catolicismo, no trajeran esclavos y aprendieran el idioma del imperio. Pero poco tiempo después, esta colonia se independizaría, por lo que el permiso debía ser ratificado por este nuevo gobierno, por lo que el emperador mexicano mandaría elaborar una ley de colonización para Texas, por lo que este permiso quedaría parado indefinidamente. Durante este periodo, el nuevo imperio venía atravesando una situación económica muy complicada, por lo que los Estados Unidos verían en esto la oportunidad de comprar Texas, por lo que asignarían a un embajador llamado Robert Joel Poinsett para ofrecer $5 millones por Texas. Pero la respuesta del emperador sería que no. Poinsett, no satisfecho con la respuesta, formaría la masonería e incitaría a la oposición en México a través de un general llamado Santana para realizar un golpe de estado contra el emperador. De esta forma tomarían el poder y formarían una república, a semejanza de los Estados Unidos.
You see this here? Do you see this systematic work? Now I'm going to read. Once we're done with this, I'm going to read you something. Let's go.
Eventualmente entregarles el permiso especial para que Estados Unidos pudiera mandar a más colonos a poblar Texas, siguiendo las mismas reglas iniciales. Durante los primeros años, México atravesaría una gran inestabilidad política. La instauración de la República causó una pelea continua por el poder, así que los presidentes venían y se iban en cuestión de días, por lo que los colonos tejanos aprovecharían para romper las reglas y traer a más colonos y esclavos. Con el paso del tiempo, esa obsesión estadounidense de extenderse hacia el oeste regresaría, por lo que los Estados Unidos enviarían a otro diplomático a comprar Texas, pero la respuesta volvería a ser negativa. Paradójicamente, en este tiempo, una fiebre independentista se alzaría en Texas, por lo que ahora ya no estaban interesados en tener a México como su gobierno. México enviaría a los militares para recordarle a los colonos que todavía estaban en México y que técnicamente estaban alquilando estas tierras. Aunque estúpidamente el presidente de este momento, sí, nuevamente este tipo, decidió ir a comandar este ejército. Eventualmente estas peleas se intensificarían, ya que Texas peleaba con suficiente dinero y armas, pero vivirían una serie de batallas donde los colonos estadounidenses perderían, como por ejemplo la Gran Batalla de Álamo. Esta pérdida estimuló aún más a los colonos a venir a Texas y unirse contra México, y de esta forma lograrían vencer a esta unidad militar y capturarían a Santana, obligándolo a reconocer la independencia de Texas en 1836, por lo que el mapa ahora pasaba a verse de esta forma. México siempre consideró esto.
Hey, remember the doctrine of discovery? The law was passed in 1823, and this happened when? In 1836. Things that make you go home, huh? Let's go.
36, por lo que el mapa ahora pasaba a verse de esta forma. México siempre consideró esto como ilegal, porque Santana estaba fuera de sus funciones, pero esto no detuvo a los tejanos de instaurar su país y delimitar sus fronteras, que lógicamente México tampoco aceptaba, ya que las colocaba más arriba, por lo que ahora México pasaba a tener una disputa territorial con la República de Texas, pero la persistente inestabilidad política causó que México fuera incapaz de resolver estos problemas, por lo que ahora estamos en 1845 y Texas pasaba a ser el estado número 28 de Estados Unidos, por lo que esta disputa ahora sería entre Estados Unidos de América y México, y es justamente aquí cuando esta historia se vuelve totalmente turbia. En Estados Unidos, James Polk llegaría como presidente gracias a su discurso de campaña donde prometía la reincorporación de Texas y Oregón a la Unión Americana, aunque esos territorios jamás habían sido Estados Unidos. Pero como su predecesor lograría en los últimos meses anexionar a Texas para arrebatarle el crédito, este tipo agregaría un nuevo objetivo a su lista de deseos: conseguir esta parte muy específica de México, llamada California. Lógicamente no podían tomarla porque si ellos no eran bárbaros como los imperios europeos, por lo que el primer intento de Polk fue comprar California por $25 millones. México dijo rotundamente que no. Entonces Polk decidirá seguir la vieja tradición de sus predecesores y buscaría que México mordiera el anzuelo. Recuerden que esta franja de territorio sigue en disputa, por lo que Polk, enojado porque México no aceptó su oferta, enviaría un pequeño grupo de tropas a este territorio para que marcharan enfrente del río Bravo, en donde claramente estaba el ejército mexicano.
Aren't they trying to do that now? Huh?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
They're trying to do that now. Yeah, they're talking about going in there again. Let's go.
Resguardando esta zona, por lo que entonces el lado mexicano responderá a lo que parece ser un ataque inminente de Estados Unidos en su territorio, cayendo justamente en la trampa de Polk. Un grupo de 1.600 soldados mexicanos habían atacado a este pequeño grupo de 80 estadounidenses, matando a 11 de ellos y capturando al resto. Rápidamente Polk se dirigiría al Congreso para decir: sangre estadounidense ha sido derramada en suelo estadounidense, a pesar de que no había sucedido realmente en el suelo estadounidense. Pero eso...
Hey, they just did a Karen. You know how Karens, they complain about what you do? And then, like, they trigger you, and then you get mad at them, and you check them, and they try to call the cops. That it didn't come from women. It came from the white man. Y'all are Karens.
Eso ya no importaba. La muerte de estadounidenses era suficiente para que el Congreso declarara la guerra a México en 1846. Claramente hubo algunas críticas por esta decisión. El propio Abraham Lincoln reconocía que no había una justificación real para la guerra, pero ya no había marcha atrás. Entonces los Estados Unidos iniciarían la invasión a México, lanzarían su campaña conquistando primeramente el territorio que Polk quería, California, algo ilógico teniendo en cuenta que la zona del conflicto estaba muy lejos de ahí. Eventualmente iniciarían a avanzar en el norte y bloquearían también todos los puertos de México, pero lo que parecía ser una guerra fácil y rápida empezó a alargarse demasiado. Pero Polk, preocupado de que había prometido algo rápido, enviaría a un espía español a hablar con Santana, que estaba exiliado en Cuba. Santana, que para este momento ya podía traicionar hasta a su propia madre, le revelaría a este espía la forma más rápida de tomar la capital, por lo que los estadounidenses permitirían que regresara a México para que tomara el poder y firmara los tratados de paz. Sin embargo, los traicionaría en el proceso. Con este tipo no se podía confiar. Entonces Estados Unidos iniciaría una batalla anfibia en marzo de 1846 desde el puerto de Veracruz hasta capturar la capital de México 5 meses después. De esta forma, Estados Unidos ganaría fácilmente esta guerra e impondría sus condiciones de negociación, que para este momento ya era claro que Texas hasta California ya no serían discutidas. Pero las exigencias de Polk eran mucho más grandes que esto. Él quería Tamaulipas para tener el puerto de Tampico, quería la mitad de Coahuila, Sonora, Chiapas y toda Baja California.
Do you guys see that now? Do you guys see that if it wasn't for you so-called Mexicans, it would be over? Do you guys see that? Who's the real enemy that's at the neck? Who's really at the neck of the enemy? I need to stop acting stupid. You're believing foreigners. And I'm almost done on this subject because I'm about to move on a fat one. Let's go.
También querían mantener por perpetuidad el paso del istmo de Tehuantepec. Otros legisladores y grupos de su gabinete querían anexionarse incluso.
Remember, keep in mind, while all of this is happening, they were getting rid of our people here in Yucatan, sending them to Cuba. And who was doing the transaction? Santana. Hello? Dan, it all makes perfect sense now. I look, listen, all praise to the Most High, to my Creator, to our Creator, because I can see right through things. I'm not distracted by words and I'm not distracted by fake history or what people say. No, man, I see right through y'all.
Incluso todo México, por lo que enviarían a Nicholas Trish para lograr alguno de estos objetivos. Sin embargo, este tipo decidió tomar una decisión diferente que le terminaría costando su trabajo y ser marginado de la política, reclamar solo Texas hasta California. Dentro de sus memorias, Nicholas dirigió una carta a su familia diciendo lo siguiente: si esos mexicanos hubieran podido leer en mi corazón en aquel momento, se hubieran percatado que mi sentimiento de vergüenza como americano era mucho más profundo que el suyo como mexicanos. Aunque no podía decírselo entonces, era una cosa de la que todo bien intencionado americano estaría avergonzado, y yo lo estaba intensamente. Mi objetivo no fue el de obtener todo lo que yo pudiera, sino por el contrario, firmar el tratado lo menos opresivo posible para México, que fuera compatible con ser aceptado en casa. Gran parte del Congreso no le gustaba la idea de aceptar a personas no blancas en su país, por lo que aceptarían aprobar los tratados que Nicholas Trish realizó. De esta forma, México pasaba a perder 2 millones de kilómetros cuadrados, significándole la pérdida de la mitad de su territorio, y siendo indemnizados por 15 millones de dólares. De esta forma, Polk eliminaba a California de su lista de deseos, y justamente al mes siguiente, los británicos decidieron venderle Oregon para prevenir una guerra contra Estados Unidos, que pudiera representar una pérdida de Canadá. Unos años más tarde, Estados Unidos pedirá nuevamente a México que le vendan este pequeño pedazo de tierra, por lo que para evitar otra guerra, se decidirá aceptar la oferta, formándose finalmente la frontera sur de Estados Unidos que conocemos al día de hoy. Una frontera que se forjó primero a partir de una rebelión de colonos estadounidenses, luego de una guerra a gusto de James Polk, y finalmente con esta pequeña compra para cubrir las demandas estadounidenses. Los nativos americanos fueron expulsados de sus tierras y los derechos de los propietarios mexicanos fueron borrados cuando la Constitución estatal se promulgó. Paradójicamente, el problema más grande de Estados Unidos en la actualidad es tratar de parar la inmigración proveniente del sur que paulatinamente ha modificado la composición étnica de esta región. Es como si los fantasmas de esas viejas costumbres realizadas durante el siglo XIX estuvieran revirtiendo contra ellos al día de hoy.
Y'all hear that? Did you guys hear this? Hold on, let me slow it down, man. He just said something crazy. Let me slow this down, bro. I wasn't expecting this. Look, listen to what he says.
Estuvieron revirtiendo contra ellos. Paradójicamente, el problema más grande de Estados Unidos en la actualidad es tratar de parar la inmigración proveniente del sur que paulatinamente ha modificado la composición étnica de esta región. Es como si los fantasmas de esas viejas costumbres realizadas durante el siglo XIX.
It's as if the ghosts of those old customs carried out during here. Let me just let him say it, man.
Estuvieron revirtiendo contra ellos al día de hoy. Espero que te haya gustado este video. Dejaré abajo en la descripción la mayoría de las fuentes utilizadas. Muchas
So I know that's a lot to absorb, family, but you know it's important to know your history, man. If you guys are just gonna go around and you know go only by little things that you've been told, and
New
you're
leaked
not doing
documents
the right thing.
indicate
Look,
that the
check this out. I'm gonna go a little bit more. Watch this. This is interesting, man. Look, I'm telling you. Oh, no. I lied. Sorry. My bad. Okay, so now, here it goes. I'm going to read a couple of things that these guys have said about us and of their true intent, okay? This is from a book called Secreto 1910. It's in Spanish, so let me read it. It says, nuestra máxima fundamental debe ser jamás permitir la intromisión de Europa en este lado del Atlántico. That's why when they talk about Russia or China trying to help out over here, that's a big no-no. Look, 1823, the same year that the Doctrine of Discovery, that James Monroe wrote the Monroe Doctrine, which was because the U.S. Supreme Marshal justified its rights. 1823. It all starts to make sense now. Okay? Now, James Monroe says, habremos de considerar cualquier intento por parte de los poderes europeos para extender su sistema a cualquier porción de este hemisferio como un peligro para nuestra paz y nuestra seguridad. Basically saying that if any foreign nation wants to come over here, then they're invading our security, okay? No podremos ver ninguna interposición dirigida a controlar a cualquier de las naciones recién indepensadas de este continente americano. See, it says that we cannot let all these other nations try to control these other ones that are just become independent por parte de cualquier potencia europea, sino como la manifestación de una deposición hostil hacia los Estados Unidos. So, if anybody wanted to help Mexico or Central or South America, white America and black America would take it as if you can't do that. It's not benefiting us. It's just white and black America, okay? Not just white people. Get that right. Stop lying to yourselves. Let's read this here real quick. Si la Gran Bretaña busca dividirnos o crear un partido europeo en América, su ministro no podría dejarse si no nosotros nos valemos de nuestra influencia para derrotar sus propósitos. That was Joel Roberts Poinsett. Sir H.G. Ward. La misión de Poinsett es embrollar a México en una guerra civil para felicitar por este medio de adquisición por los Estados Unidos de las provincias del norte del Río Bravo, Texas, Nuevo México y California. So la misión de Poinsett es embrollar. What does embrollar mean? Hold on. Means to recruit, to perform. So what he's trying to perform is a civil war in Mexico, so it could be easier for the U.S. to take over Texas, New Mexico, and California. I got one more. Same book. Joel Robert Poinsett, 1826. He dedicado cada instante de mi tiempo al gran propósito de crear el Partido Americano, la gran logia masónica de rito yorquino en México, auspiciada por la gran logia del Filadelfia. You see that? Masonry. What you were talking about, bro. It's true. It's all the Mason work. That's why Nate the Snake, he doesn't prophesy shit, man. I'm gonna tell you right now. At all. There's nothing that he's prophesied because everything that he uses is off books. It didn't come from a spirit. And he's only saying what is not true. So how can that be prophecy? Let's go. Here's another thing.
New leaked documents indicate that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, or I should say, from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, indicates that the United States government is very upset with the government of Mexico because they have the audacity to want to spend some of their, resources on the people of Mexico as opposed to spending those resources on the priorities of the United States government. I'm not kidding. That is what this leaked document indicates. Before we get to the details of the leaked document, let's talk a little bit about how The Intercept, which reported this story, obtained the document in the first place. So the leak comes from that young man, Jack Teixeira.
You guys know, do you know that leak? The famous leak last year. That's why he went to arrested him and all that, right? So look, they're complaining about the fact that AMLO, regardless of, and Messi, you may know this. Hey, by the way, I'll praise, bro. That reminded me of the video game, man. Remember that video game back in the day? It was Atari, and it was like, you would use bombs to kill the bees or something. My bad, bro. I'm an older dude. You know what I'm saying? We're about the same age. Anyways, if we recall, what was I gonna say? I got distracted by the bomb. Anyways, let's continue.
Who decided to leak classified documents in.
I remembered about the two types of masonry that's going on, right? How they're competing against each other. Let's go.
A Discord. Now, this was online, of course, and later he was arrested for doing this. There are other documents that Teixeira allegedly uploaded, but have not been officially confirmed. And the document we're about to cover belongs in that category. The United States government has confirmed some of the other leaked documents, but this isn't one of them. Now, The Intercept has been reporting on the unconfirmed batch of documents, and they're a pretty trustworthy outlet. They do great reporting. And so that's the reason why we're talking about this, but it is important to give you that caveat as we move forward. So that aside, let's get to the leaked document itself. We have an image for you. It shows you what the leaked document says. And an excerpt from it reads as follows. President Lopez Obrador's federal budget for 2023 gives priority to social spending and signature infrastructure projects rather than the investments needed to address bilateral issues with the United States, such as immigration, security, and trade. López Obrador's meager investment in migration, security, and trade-related organizations will probably undermine Mexico's ability to follow through on commitments to stem the flow of irregular migrants and fentanyl to the United States and boost economic competitiveness in North America. So look, there is a lot to unpack from the two excerpts that I just read for you. For one, it is true that in recent months, especially, López Obrador has decided to invest more in social spending in Mexico, and that has helped to make him very popular. So López Obrador's 2023 federal budget presented to the Mexican Congress last fall does increase funding for social programs, including a significant raise for the pension provided to older Mexicans. It also prioritizes large infrastructure projects, which are mostly concentrated in southern states of the country. This social spending has been working out for him. His approval rating currently stands at 65%. And López Obrador's government has also raised the minimum wage, something that the United States has failed to do since the Bush administration, provided cash and food assistance to older Mexicans, as well as scholarships for students nationwide. And by the way, it's worth noting that Obrador absolutely has played along with the United States immigration policies, and I'll get to those details in just a moment. But before I do, what do you make of this, Cenk?
So this lays bare who the United States government works for. So this isn't about Mexico, it's about us. Unfortunately, still the same guys. They work for corporate interests. So this is not a document that says these are national security interests for America. You can make that argument on the migration.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's corporate interest. Let me see. I have something to show you guys here. I'm almost done with this because I wanted to get to the point here. I want to point this out in case you guys never heard of this. It's called the Agrarian Reform Law. In 1952, mandated the redistribution of idle lands in excess of 223 acres. It was regarding compensation for appropriated lands, right? There's a guy named Jorge Ubico. He was the Central American Napoleon, was a Guatemalan dictator, a general in the Guatemalan army, and was elected to the presidency in 1931 in an election where he was the only candidate. He continued his predecessor's policy, giving massive concessions to United Fruit Company. Who is that? An American multinational corporation that traded tropical fruit growth in Latin America. So now, do you guys realize that a lot of the people that are coming north are from Central America? Yeah. Like the gentleman, our brother said, maybe they're ghost. And guess who put this guy? Look, listen, he was the only elected candidate. So we just found out that America likes to do the systematic approach. It says here, I'll read the same book. Where's it at? Let's see. I think it's this one. Is this one? This one. I'll read this. A finales del siglo XVIII, la mayor parte del continente americano estaba en manos de los imperios, el español y el británico. En julio de 1776, en ese mismo continente, 13 colonias británicas declararon su independencia respecto a Inglaterra y se hicieron llamar Estados Unidos de América. En el década de 1810, una gran parte de las colonias españolas en América se rebelaron contra España y declararon su independencia. Entre ellas encontraban la Nueva España, que hoy llamamos México. Por el momento, aquellos países, las colonias de España en América, se encuentran en las mejores manos. Solo temo que estas resulten demasiado débiles para mantenerlos sujetos hasta que nuestra población progrese lo suficiente para ir arrebatándoselos parte por parte. Thomas Jefferson, 1786. So we know now that the Gregorian law was a way for these Latin countries to pay them back. Watch this. I'm almost done. The ambassador in Mexico, Daniel, Secretary of State, right? Says here, protocol, consider department, share. Which am I looking for? A Gregorian. To avoid present position to Gregorian. Here it goes. Agrarian claims were, yeah, pretty much. You know what? Matter of fact, I'm going to leave this to the side because I should have done a little more homework on this, and I think I missed, because I could go on this, man. I don't want to. But let's just consider the facts, okay? Why are a lot of Central Americans coming over here? It's kind of like the guy said, man. It's probably the ghost. So let's remember, family. I'm done on this topic, okay? Remember, do your homework on this right here. Educate your children on the doctrine of discovery. Teach them exactly what that means. That the doctrine was a legal fiction drawn up by colonial powers to divide the globe into spheres of influence. So every time they try to say that, oh, that's the past, we don't benefit from it. Well, you're living off the Constitution, which is the past. And you guys have constitutionalists. You Republicans are constitutionalists. You guys are all about the Constitution. Watch this real quick. The Supreme Court rules American Indians do not own land. Here, I'll end it with this topic. Watch this here, and then we go. Remember, do this, man. Do the research. I give you guys what I find for you guys to continue to learn. And then maybe your spirit will wake up and you'll find out what's going on with this. Let me see this, bro. My bad, I didn't see that. Word throughout all South American that doors will open South America borders. Never done in Mexico history. Freemasonic backdoor agreements. Those caravans, all South American, Asian tagged along. Yeah, it's true, man. They're all put in there for purposes. Watch this. It says this is from Native Voices. It says the first 3 court cases, the Marshall trilogy, that became the foundation of American Indian law is decided. The case involved a series of land transfers in 1770s. Illinois Pankashaw Indians in what is now Illinois State sold some land to Thomas Johnson. After American independence, the Indians sold the same land to the U.S. government, which then sold it to William McIntosh. You see what I'm saying? In Johnson versus McIntosh, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice Marshall upon the McIntosh family ownership of land purchased from the federal government. Its reason, since the federal government now controls the land, the Indians have only a right of occupancy and hold no title to the land. Marshall based the decision on doctrine of discovery, referring to the way colonial powers laid claim to newly discovered lands. In other words, title to the land lay with its discoverer, the Papa Bull. Psalms chapter 83:5. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, man. That's beautiful. All right. Perfect, man. Hey, way to segue into the next topic. Okay, fam. So now, hopefully you guys can appreciate this. Lord willing, man, you guys did, maybe feed off that information. I hope it feeds you guys. Here, I'm gonna give you this link so you guys can try to see if you can, read the book, purchase it. I think it's like $56, man. It's not a bad book to purchase. All right, but it's pretty deep. Okay, so now let's move on. Let me show you something. Oh, man, I like this part here. Oh man, I like this part here. So you guys do me a favor, man. Take out your Bibles on this one, okay? Because I'm just gonna read it. And I usually like to show you guys the scriptures, but I want to get to the point. All right, I'm gonna read you some scriptures, and you guys are gonna know why. Appreciate you, bro, for sending me that TikTok. Matter of fact, let me get it. I'm gonna show you guys this. Why does this matter to me? Hey, does this matter to me? Okay, I'll tell you why this matters. No, that's not it. That's not it. This right here. This snake. Nate the snake.
Is real.
Nate the Snake. He's on Instagram. Oh, poor little Nate. Poor little Afro Puff Nate. My Canaanite. Far distant brother. Oh, I guess I got to do it. I guess I got to do it. Okay, so here goes Nate right here, right? Nate the Snake from IOIC. Okay. He goes and posts this video. The color of the Jews is written in the Holy Scriptures. Genesis 2:7. Jeremiah 18:21. Job 30:30. Let me tell you, Genesis 2:7 is wrong because if you actually dissect Genesis 2:7, I actually proved that it's red. You're not red. Several say that. I don't know, man. Give me the scripture. But let's listen in. Okay? So here's the point. Let's listen.
Do you feel equal to white Jews?
אנחנו יהודים לכל דבר. אנחנו אין לנו ארץ אחרת. ארץ הקודש זה מה שאנחנו גם מרגישים ככה. זאת אומרת, למרות שיש מוסדות כאלה וכאלה שלא רוצים, לא כל כך מקבלים אותם.
בנוסף, במקור, גם במקורות, מתואר הצבע של היהודי הוא שלנו. לא הלבן והבלונד והעיניים כחולות, לא.
So you saying you all are the original Jews?
Yeah. Very.
Okay. Let's begin. Psalms 133, verse 2. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. I've never seen a West African, or an African for that matter, a full-on African with a long beard down to his garment. No, you guys have woolly hair. So it goes like this. Okay? And we're not talking about somebody trimming it down. We're talking about like it's a long beard. Long beard. Long beard. Here's an example of a long beard. I'll just use an example because you know what? They're going to talk about this guy. Look, that's a long beard. But he's not African. Shit, we look more like these guys. Okay? Let's continue. I'll just give you guys the scriptures and you decide. You decide. I'm not here to convince y'all. I'm fully rooted. I don't know about you guys. Psalms 19:12. So Michal let David down through a window, and he went and fled and escaped. And Michal took an image and laid it in the bed and put a pillow of goat's hair for his bolster and covered it with a cloth. That's like goat's hair. That's like goat's hair. Verse 14. And when Saul sent messengers to take David, he said, he's sick. And Saul sent the messenger against to see David, saying, bring him up to me in the bed, that I may slay him. And when the messenger came in, behold, there was an image in the bed with pillows of goat's hair for his bolsters. My dear Jesus. We're not done. You guys decide. Solomon 1:6. Look not upon me, because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. For my mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keepers of the vineyard, but mine own vineyard have I not kept. You hear that? Let me read it this way, because black people don't know how to read. Don't look down on me because of my color, because the sun has tanned me. Nate, can you tan? Can a black person come on the board and tell me they can tan? Let me read it real quick. Psalms 82. 6, 7, and 8. Ye are gods, I said, and all. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. We shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all the nations. Yeah, I read that before. That's ye are gods. I can't remember why you mentioned it though. My bad, bro. Sorry. Just letting you know. Let me go back. Psalms. Let's see this one here. So again, it says here, don't look down on me because of my color, because the sun had tanned me. Why? My brothers were angry with me and made me work in the vineyard, and I had no time to care for myself. Why? Because instead of being in the house, attending to her beauty, right? She was out in the vineyard, attending to the fields, which means you would be the only one that could tan. So, okay, I've never seen black people tan. And no, don't say, oh, light-skinned black people can't tan. Y'all get red. Stop it. Stop lying to yourselves. Here's another one. You guys decide. I'll get it for you right now, bro. Give me a second. Nehemiah 13:25. It says here, and I contended with them and cursed them and smote certain of them and plucked off their hair. I know this sounds kind of silly, right? But you can't pluck black people's hair. You can't grab it. Like, I know when I'm little, my mom used to grab me like this, bing, right here on the side, bro. Ooh, she would pull it so hard, man. I think one time she pulled like a good portion of my skin off. You can't pluck black people's hair unless you have pinchers. You guys want to keep it logical and factual? Let's keep it logical and factual. Let's go back. You guys decide. I'm not here to convince y'all. Y'all want to be black? Be black. Shit. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thou hast drove eyes within thy locks. Thy hair is as the flock of goats. Gosh darn it. And they say that the Songs of Solomon is Solomon. Six 5. Turn away thine eyes from me, for they have overcome me. Thy hair is as a flock of goats. I won't do that again. 7:5. Thine head upon me is like caramel, meaning caramelo, like caramelo, like like mine, tan, not black, caramelo. No sean pendejos, cabrones. Okay? It says thine head upon thee is like caramel, and the hair of thine head like purple, meaning dark, black, like jet black. And the only way you could see that is if you actually have straight hair and pulled back, for example, and you could see the shining of it, jet black. Yeah, decide. John 11. Let's continue. John 11:2. It was that Mary which anointed the Lord with ointments and wiped his feet with her hair. I've never, ever. I don't think black women can do that. You have woolly hair. And no, you can't say, oh, some women, no, those are mixed. You got white in them or our bloodline in them. But you guys are West Africans. You guys are woolly, nappy, however you want to call it, curly, tight curls. It says here that Mary, the mother of the Messiah, had long hair, and she wiped his feet with it. What did she do with woolly hair? She would have to put her head down like that. No, she grabbed it and she went like that. Well, you don't believe me? Of course not, because you drank the milk. You drank the Kool-Aid, and that's a pun intended. John 12:3. Then took Mary a pound of ointment of spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of Jesus and wiped his feet with her hair. First Corinthians 11. Does not even the nature itself teach you that if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him? You guys don't have long hair. Your hair goes up. This is long. 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 But if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her. Black women don't have long hair. It's fake hair if you have long hair. Or if you do have long hair, it's because you mix with us. Or the white man. Oh, hold on. Nope. Oh, damn it. It always does it to me. You bastards. You bastards. Oh, give me a second. Oh, my dear God. I literally just... Oh, man. Anyhow, but if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her. What are you going to say? Oh, no, God punished us, and that's why. No. Black people have woolly hair. Okay? 1 Timothy 2:9. In like manner, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefaced and sobriety, not with broided hair. Not with fancy hairstyles. Yeah, that's right, bro. Here, I'll share it in Spanish. Here, look, in Spanish, right? A su vez, quiero que las mujeres se vistan con modestia, con respecto hacia los demás y con decencia. Que no se adornen con peinados exagerados. Or peinados ostentoso. Or crespo. In case you guys don't know, ostentoso is this. Images. Hold on. Why am I using this one? I don't know. What the hell, man? I don't want to use this. That's weird, fam. Why is it using it? Why is it doing this? Oh, that's why. That's why. My bad, fam. Man, why is it doing this, man? This is not even the kind of... I never use this here. Why is it doing this? Hold on a second, family. This is bothering me. Oh, man. No, I don't want that. Hold on. Crespo. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'll show you guys. So you guys don't think I'm BSing you. Blue letter Bible. Blue letter Bible. Okay. Go to Timothy 1. 1 Timothy 1. 1 Timothy. 1 Tim 2:9. All right. Look at the Bibles. Elaborate hairstyles. Braided hair. Elaborate hair. Braided hair. Braided hair. Braided. 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 Plaited. Broided. What is broided hair? Broided hair. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Broided hair. That's broided hair. It told our women not to do that. Okay? I'll check it right now, bro. Give me a second. I just don't want to lose track of this. This is braided hair. Okay? Braided hair. Then it says here, encrespados. Cabellos encrespados. Ooh, this is going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you. What does encrespado mean? Bam. Whoa. That's encrespado. That's encrespado. That's encrespado. That's encrespado. What is it that you guys don't read? Do you not pay attention? You're making Christianity so valid. Job 30:30, Revelation 2:7. I'm sorry, Genesis 2:7. Peinado estonzo. Twisted hair. Look. The Bible says not to do this. You see how that's not long hair? It's not long hair. Anyhow, enough of that. Let's continue. Revelation 9:7. Here it goes right here. Revelation 9:7 says, and the shapes of the locusts were like those, like unto horses, prepared unto battle. And on their heads were as the crowns like gold. And their faces were like the faces of men. This is like the old school airplanes, okay? Back in the day. They're long. Old school airplanes. This is World War II. Talk about World War II. And they had hair as hair of women. Why? Because the planes back in the day, they would leave trails of smoke. And it looked like long hair. Okay? And they had hair as hair of women, and their teeth as the teeth of loins. The smoke that they left behind. Anyhow, let's continue. All of this for is a poor point. I'm not. Trust me. I'm going somewhere with this. Don't think I'm not. So apparently this is what's going on over there right now in this island here. They burned it, right? Let's see. Not sure if Ezekiel. Let me read it for you, bro. Hold on, because now we're gonna switch. Let me see. 13:14. Ezekiel 13:14. So I will break down the wall that they have dubbed with untempted mortar, and bring down to the ground, so that the foundation thereof shall be discovered, and it shall fall, and ye shall be consumed in the midst thereof, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. I like this one, man. So I will break down the wall that they have dubbed with untempered mortar, meaning their fake ass history, and bring down to the ground, so that the foundation thereof shall be discovered. The doctrine of discovery. So we now know how you guys manipulated, took advantage of us, and all of a sudden now you want to act as if, oh, no, don't look back. No, we didn't do that. No, that's the past. But we're constitutionalists. But we're Republicans. But we're Democrats. You sit on 1776 law. And you only have lands from a fiction, a religious fiction. Anyhow, check this out. There's a point to this. Let's go.
Listen to me. The problem in Trinidad and Tobago no is Listen to me. The problem in Trinidad and Tobago no is Rowley, no is Camila, no is UNC. The problem in this country is the ignorant people. You understand? The 50% of the African people in Trinidad no like Indian peoples. And the 45% of the Indian peoples in Trinidad no like African people. You understand? Listen, if you are Indian, the Indian live in the India. You are Trinidadian, right? And the African people live in Africa. You are Trinidadian. You understand? Everyone is Trinidadian. The mother of my daughter is Venezuelan.
And you guys are probably wondering, like, why am I bringing this up? Everything matters to me, my family. Everything matters to me. Everything matters to me. Let's listen to this idiot again. Here we go.
Jew in Israel, do you feel equal to white Jews?
אנחנו יהודים לכל דבר. אנחנו אין לנו ארץ אחרת, ארץ הקודש, זה מה שאנחנו. אנחנו גם מרגישים ככה. זאת אומרת, למרות שיש מוסדות כאלה וכאלה, שלא רוצים, לא כל כך מקבלים אותן.
בנוסף, במקור, גם במקורות,
sour negro, right here, African sour negro.
של היהודי הוא שלנו, לא הלבן והבלונד והעיניים כחולות, לא.
So you said you all are the original Jews.
Right. Okay. Deuteronomy 28.
You know, hey Nate, IUIC has never embraced Ethiopians. IUIC is 18th Nations. Now, I understand why they would feel this way. If you live among people, you feel like we feel, racist. But here in America, we get races they look like you. And that look like them.
Black people being racist, bro? Yeah, you are sucking.
Listen, family, I'm telling you, One West has never said so-called Ethiopians are Israelites. All of a sudden now, this fake man right here, this demon, now he cares. Now it's now there are people. So convenience.
Where's Sakari at, man? Hey, Sakari.
But we want to know something. The Most High always does things for a purpose, family, and He does things for a purpose. We got a brother that is demolishing these idiots.
The East.
And here, let me get to this point here. Let me get to this one. Where is it at? This one here. All right. Let's listen in. I'll show you some things that he's proven. See, he's making sure that you guys understand that West Africans is one thing. Okay. So he's going to clear this up for us. And he's clearing it up every single day. Let's go. This is, hey, listen, this is not a so-called Hispanic. This is a so-called Ethiopian. So-called Ethiopian. If One West or BHI or FOPs or anybody watching, hit the link. See how ballsy you are.
The East African OG is back on your ass for the 23 shot. And I'm here to further assure that Black Americans are not Israelite. They have never been Israelite. And they will never be Israelite. If you are mad, call your mother. Let your mother call her grandmother, and let your grandmother call Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton can even call Jesse Jackson if he wants. Jesse Jackson can even call Benjamin Crump. Just know that I want all of the smoke from you people.
Listen. Just like that brother said, hit the fucking link. I'm telling you, Kazars, IUIC, Sakari, GMS, hit the fucking link. I know you guys act like you don't know my channel, but you don't hit the link. Prove me wrong. How much more is it going to take? I called you guys out. I called you bitches, hoes, and shit. You go to every other man and talk shit to him, but you don't fuck with my channel. You went to what's that negro? Here, I'll show you. I'll show you how fucking stupid and weak you guys are. Y'all don't want to. You don't want none of this. Nah, you went to the negro. He's like, I love eating pork and I love chitlins. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. This guy's actually funny as fuck. He's funny as hell. He's embarrassing them. So I'm like, man, you know what, bro? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show them who you are. I'm gonna show them who you are. All you BHIs, all you want to be fucking gangsters and shit. You guys are whack. You guys ain't no gangsters. Sakari, you ain't no gangster. You want to be gangster with your songs. And I know your so-called head tribe leader. He's from Mid-Valley. Supposedly, he was a gangster and he got shot and shit. He never got shot. It was an accident. He was never a gangster. But he used that gimmick to make himself like a gangster. Hey, tell Gorilla Hebrew that I said it. I said it because I got a homeboy in my hood that knows what the fuck happened. Gorilla Hebrew, come over here, bro. I'm from Oceanside. I know your fucking history. Don't be lying to my people, bro. You try to act like you fucking know your shit. You ain't knowing nothing. You're just a negro in disguise. Here, I'll show you this right here. Look, listen, I'm going to show you this right now. This is how weak these fools are, bro. I'm going to show you right now. Because I'm going to have fun tonight, family. He goes, Ashkenazi Jew. Right? I want to do that little paper. Black ass up. Yeah, you don't know shit. Let's listen to this bullshit. Look at this. Look how you guys in his arm.
Here,
And
what
then
do
you
you
do
do?
it. You
So
hear
why
it,
did
then
they
you
do
do
it
it.
backwards? That wasn't exact words. What were the words that they said?
You tell me if you refer to an exact
They
point.
said na'aseh v'nishma. What does na'aseh mean?
Na'aseh,
we will do. Nishma, we will hear. How does it normally work? You hear,
And
what
then
do
you
you
do
do?
it. You
So
hear
why
it,
did
then
they
you
do
do
it
it.
backwards?
We talk backwards sometimes. That happens.
No, the reason why they said we will do, we will hear, was because normal logic is, you ask a friend, can you do me a favor? Says, okay, what is it? He says, yes. Can you give me $1 million? Oh, that's not what I meant. That's what I'm giving you right to him. You understand?
I'm with you.
But the Jews understood that if they are going to use logic and decide, this makes sense, that doesn't make sense, I want to keep that, I want to keep, they lost. The concept of the Torah was beyond logic. Can you explain logic tzitzit?
Yeah, to remind me. To be a reminder.
Very nice. But if you try to decide this law makes logical sense, that law doesn't make logical sense. So therefore, I don't want to keep that. You already messed up all that.
Yeah.
You're not keeping anything in the Torah.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's beyond logic. So they said, nah.
You see what he's saying, family? What he's explaining is the Mishnah. Mishnah, Torah, Zohar, and all that Kabbalah shit is just an interpolation or an expression or an understanding of what the actual scriptures talked about. Why would you do that? The scripture said, don't do that. Don't do that. But you know what? They don't give a fuck. These negros are like, hey, where Judah, nigga? Let me hear your shit. Gorilla Hebrew father is black. His mom is white. He doesn't think his mom is going to the kingdom. Yeah, well, you know, his brother's black, so I don't give a fuck. He's a fucking Canaanite, bro. Thing is worse for worse. Don't believe the hype, bro. I think that there's still there's still, no offense to anybody here listening, but I think that you guys still give clout to this fucking concept and shit. These negros that they think they know the Bible, they don't know the Bible, bro. Negros don't know the Bible, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. Like this motherfucker right here, he don't know the Bible, bro. And listen, I've been calling out Sakari all day, every day, and I don't know why they don't come over here. And matter of fact, Sakari supposedly was supposed to battle with me, and then they flaked out the last minute, and they never wanted to come to my channel. And to this very day, I'm calling him out. Him, this fucking white boy, and then the bald guy that's black as fuck, that shaves his shit, and he says he's fucking Hispanic. Shut the fuck up. Every fucking Sakari guy can come here and get it. They can come here and get it. I called them out, but they're afraid. Listen, man, this channel has been around for 2 years. Nobody fucks with this channel. How come nobody comes in here and says, you are wrong, you're a fucking beaner, fuck you, you're whatever it is that it is. But I don't understand that. I'm waiting for somebody to correct me. And to this very day, I don't get correction. How come that happens? Because you know what? I watch other channels and shit, and they're really quick to fucking like matter of fact, you know that guy that was eating pork and shit? You know that guy that was eating pork, right? Yeah. He was eating pork and shit. You know, he's like eating pork and all that stuff, right? Sakari, what's his name? Hassar, whatever. He reached out to him and he sent him a message and he's like, why don't you debate with us? So then I'm calling you Sahar, you fucking skinny little punk. Why don't you call me out? Call me out. Sakari, call me out. Why don't you call me out? Why are you afraid? I don't understand. Sahar, you little skinny Afro motherfucker, call me out. You say you knock motherfuckers out. Well, guess what? You met your match, motherfucker. Let's go. Call me out. But you see, Sakari don't call motherfuckers out when they're about to fire. They want to pick on people that don't have the fire. They're not the real Hebrews of the Bible family. These guys are Khazars. You the real Hebrews of the Bible. You Mexicas, you're the real Judites of the Bible. You the ones that fucking fight hard and work hard every single fucking day. You're the real Judites of the Bible. The scripture said it very clearly. The Judites would be the ones waking up, not by fucking word, but by action. These negros don't understand. These negros are not Judites. Listen to me, family. And fuck you, motherfuckers. Come to this channel and click on the link. Prove to me that you're Judite. Prove to me that you are Judites. And I will embarrass you. I will even take you to Deuteronomy 28 and I will embarrass you because you're not Judites. We found out who the real Judites are. It's those quiet ones. The ones that want to keep a balance. The ones that want to raise a family. The ones that want to take care of their gente. Not these negro motherfuckers that are
self-definition. It is being first, we're going to do it, and then we're going to hear it. Hear doesn't mean hear with your ears. Shema.
Because you all are selfish as fuck. You're selfish fucking people. And that's a Canaanite spirit. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, negros. IUIC, GMS, ISUPK. Listen, take me to Deuteronomy 28, and I'll show you how you're not the people of the Bible. Take me there. I'm waiting for you. Hit the link. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. You know what? It's about time. Let's go. Matter of fact, you know what, man? I'm going to find these motherfuckers. Where's Fopi at? Go get the link to Fopi, man. Hold on a second. I'm going to find Fopi real quick. Let me find Fopi real quick. Let me see if they're live right now. Let me see what these niggers are about. Oh, they're going to sell jewelry. That's what they're about. That's for sure. Negro shit. Come on, let's go. So it doesn't happen. Man, it just, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going on and shit. Like, you guys don't want to, like, interlink and shit. To what, man? Let me read it real quick. Pero Cumbia, who's the white boy they always debate? They're just as bad as him. What you talking about? I don't know what you guys talking about, bro. So it's like, I'm waiting for you guys, man. Come on, bro. Like, you guys are big badass and shit. You know, you're saying you understand the doctrine, but like, I'm like, bro, you were embarrassed by this white boy right here. You were
Israel, what does
embarrassed.
Shema mean? Listen. Shema doesn't mean listen. Shema means understand. Okay. To come to understand. Okay. That's what Shema means. Come to understand that there's one.
All right, so I want you guys to pay attention. Like, he was sitting there for like 6-7 minutes, just like holding up his chest and shit. Like, I don't know how to handle this stuff. But then now we're gonna see a change. We're gonna see a change because he's like, wait a minute, I have to go teach my shit again. He was in his emotions, but then he goes, wait a minute, I gotta teach my shit again. Okay, here he goes.
God, not listen. Obviously you hear my voice. Doesn't mean listen. It means come to understand. That's what it means. Come to an understanding. Yeah. That's what happens when you say Shema. So when they said Nasa v'Shema, we will do, and then we will hear. They said, you know what?
How many times have you seen this guy like crossing his arms as that? It doesn't happen often, family. I'm gonna tell you something right now. These fucking Khazars, or these Canaanites, they're losing power. That's what it is. They're losing power, bro. And they don't know how to handle themselves. Hey, listen, man. You look, young man. I know you're from the mid valley. You're from the ocean side. So please stop talking like you're a fucking gangster. You're not a gangster. I know motherfuckers that know you, and they say you a bitch. And I'm gonna tell you in your face, you a bitch. Because they told me you a bitch. So somebody tell him that he's a bitch. And then maybe he'll fucking understand that I'm not lying.
I can't try to explain your love life to an end. Exactly. Where are you gonna start? Exactly. It's beyond logic. So when they understood, you know what? These are the laws of the Torah. I'm gonna do whether I understand it or not. That's right. That was the prerequisite to the entire Torah. Yeah. Which means you're gonna say this makes sense. Like you're saying, the diaspora. I'm gonna decide this makes sense. You know what? Don't turn on the fire on Shabbat. That meant 2,000 years ago when fire meant building a wood. No. Exactly. The concept of Shabbat means creating something. They don't care if you turn on the light or you say, okay, Google. It's your mind. The Judaism, everything that you do is machshava, your mind. First, If you intend to do something good or intend to do something evil, okay, it's all in the intention. Everything in Judaism is all in the mind. Not you accomplish, didn't accomplish. It's all what your mind is thinking.
Well, you have to think about it. That's the teaching.
Not just think about it. Right, exactly.
But I'm with you, which, you know, I don't know whether or not your position, your messianic position or not, but when you go into the New Testament teachings,
I don't believe it.
This motherfucking nigga was scared. Look at him. He's like, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you're done. Your shit is done. You had a Khazar confounding you. All you had to do was like, listen. You listen to the New Testament. You don't care about that? Fine. What about the Shohar? What about the Kabbalah? What about the Talmud? What about all these other understandings that he explained himself in the same video? You see, family, these motherfuckers don't know shit, fam. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. You need to start listening to your raza. Don't listen to these fucking negros or these güeros. These motherfuckers don't know shit. I'm gonna tell you right now. Who's robbing stores? Who's breaking into shit? Who's chaotic? Who's chaotic? Does it bother you that I make you question yourself? Who's fucking chaotic that looks just like these motherfuckers? And all of a sudden now he's afraid and he's upset because, you know, he's white and shit. He look white looking. And all of a sudden now he's like, well, he kind of got a point, bro.
Even no New Testament.
But that's fine. But
the Old Testament says that there's no New Testament. So how could there be a New Testament? You're prerequisite that thing.
But who called it the New Testament?
There's no new. I don't know. It's a book some guy wrote. It's not the same language. It doesn't make the same statement. It's not even in the same realm. There isn't even any facet of it.
It does make the same statement, and that's the point that I was going to make. How are you going to tell me it's not the same statement? And literally the point I was going to make was the same statement.
Where, what, when, how? There's literally a verse in the Bible that God says this will never happen again. So is this a New Testament?
Hold on. It'll never happen again.
So far, he's smashing your fucking little Black Hebrew Israelite bullshit. And I'm gonna tell you right now. Listen, if you Sakaris are listening, hit the link. Hit the link. If Sakaris listen, IUIC, One West Camp, anybody that believes in this bullshit, hit the fucking link, and I'll show you that you're not Deuteronomy 28. You're not Deuteronomy 28. If you're a Negro and you're here and you want to think that you guys are the people of the Bible, I'm going to show you right now. You're not the people of the Bible. Hit the fucking link. Sakari, hit the link. Why are you afraid when it comes time for me to talk? What I found out, family, is that when Raza speaks, they're fucking afraid. They're afraid of when you speak. They're not mindful if you speak if you're a black man. They're not mindful if you speak if you're a white man. You know what I mean? But they're mindful if you speak if you're Hispanic. What about those guys that they're arrested? They don't have no bail. Why? If they were black, you think that would happen? No, it wouldn't happen. So fuck all your niggas that say like, you know, Negroes have all it. Nah, Negroes don't have it bad, bro. You are our black conquistadors. You guys are fucking black conquistadors. You took advantage of this land just like the white man. And the only reason why you're not above the ground is because they fucked you over in 1865. That's why. So fuck you, Negroes. I don't have no empathy for y'all at all. I'm done with y'all. I don't give a fuck about you. I give a fuck about my gente, my fucking familia, my Joses, Marias, you know what I mean? Like my grandma and all those things that I went through. Fuck all y'all niggas. I'm being real with y'all, man. I'm not trying to hate. I'm just being real. Listen, how come when they say, oh, protect Israel, like, you know, those people in Israel and shit, and they're like, you're anti-Semite. What if I protect my family? Are you anti-Mexican? Is that what it is? You're you're anti-Mexican. So then that means that you're against a certain race. So then that falls into the genocide. So what the fuck? So are you with me or not with me? Man, shut the fuck up. Listen, family, I'm not lying to y'all, man. I love my people. I love my gente. I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, and I'm never going to deny that shit. So if you guys are about my fucking family, bro, then you subscribe and do it right. But if you're not about my gente and shit, and you want to be weirdo and shit, all that good stuff that makes you look like. Can you guys hear me? Is that? Oh, there we go. All right. I zoned out for a little bit. Listen, family, man. You know what, man? I would love for you guys to fucking come on board and shit and like listen to my shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, I understand. Let me hear your stuff. Italian Sicilians can't stand our people. They hate us with a passion. I used to live. Oh, yeah, you see what I mean? Our people don't enter the debate cause our people are considered illegals. We don't enter the debate cause because of the classification. You see what I mean? See what I mean? So that's why when I say that I love my people and I do what I do, and brothers that talk to me, they know what I'm about, bro. I'm not about fucking, like trying to kick advantage of you. Nah, hell fucking no, bro. I'm about to like empower my gente. That's the beauty of this shit. So hold on a second. Let me play this real quick. Hold on. Excuse my language. Hold on. Let me cut this off. Cut this off real quick. Okay, I'll do it like this. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my bad. Shut up, bro. It's not like that. Not like that, but I want to show you this video real quick. Anyways, let's see what's going on. Let me close this shit up real quick. Let me go here real quick. Hold on a second, family. Just give me a second real quick. I want to do something. I want to do something for you guys. This right here. I'm going to play this video real quick. I'm going to be right here. I'm going to be with y'all, you know what I'm saying? And I want to share with y'all because I think this is important, man. Time that we figure out who the fuck we are and how distant these nations kept us away from each other and why it's important to watch everybody's work, bro. Like, you guys cannot be selfish, you know what I'm saying? Pay attention to everybody's work. Every brother or sister that like says something that like, like I see brothers and sisters that go on YouTube and TikTok, man, and they're like, they're pushing shit like that, man. Fuck these things that they're not lying. They're lying about us, whatever, bro. Y'all need to support that. You know why? Because we're in that state of mind where we gotta fight for our cause, man. We gotta fight for our spirit. Because that's what it's about. We gotta fight for our spirit. So, anyways, you better stick around, man. Hey, stay strong. And man, listen, man. I love my familia, man, no matter what. So, if it don't look good to you, I don't give a fuck. It looks good to me. All right, let's go.
There are about 5 major things that will happen to every chosen person. Meaning every chosen person will experience these 5 major things that I'm about to talk about. Well, there's a lot, but these 5 that I'm about to talk about are the major things. The first thing is a chosen person will be isolated, will experience a season of isolation. We call it a season of preparation because before manifestation, there must be a preparation. I'll give an example. When you read the Bible, you realize that David is anointed at the age of 15, but becomes a king at the age of 30. It doesn't mean that he did not have the anointment. He had the anointment, but he was not yet appointed. Why? Because every time God chooses somebody, God colleges somebody. And it is in that colleging, it is in that training that God will isolate that person. It is in isolation that God will bring elevation. We are elevated once we graduate in isolation. And how do we graduate in isolation? We graduate by getting the revelation of who we are, what God wants us to do, who he wants us to do it with, and when. And as long as you have not picked up what I just said, you will remain there for a long time and you'll start feeling like you're being rejected. You're not rejected. The chosen ones, they don't get rejected, they get directed. I know you say, but I'm experiencing rejection. No, that's not rejection, it's God directing you. It could be you're trying to fit in, yet you're meant to stand out. It could be you're trying to be around a company that is going to drain you. It could be you're trying to be around people who are going to pull you down. So as a result, God is actually protecting you from them. So you feel like you're being rejected. The chosen ones, they don't get rejected. As a matter of fact, they get directed. So every time you start feeling like, you know what, I've been isolated, I'm in isolation. What is happening? Why do I? It's not being lonely. No. It's isolation. And every chosen person will go through that. It's just that we have a lot of people who are trying to arrive before they depart. God will capacitate you in private and he will show off through you in public. So he does it by first hiding you, isolating you. And right there, he will equip you. Then the second thing that happens, and this one is very, very prophetic as well to the chosen ones, is that they will have vivid dreams, lucid dreams. And it will happen frequently. Meaning you'll have clear dreams, right? Dreams that happen most of the time. You'll have recognition, moments where you feel like you have seen that moment, you have seen the event. It's because this happens to the chosen ones, right? And to be deeper in it, dreams or the dream realm is a state or a province for the chosen ones, because there God will reveal who is who in our lives. Even people who are trying to pretend to be something that they are not in our lives, who have a hidden agenda, God will expose them in our dreams. So this is a state and this is a province for the chosen ones. I wish I could talk about that and go deeper, but let's continue. Then the third thing that will happen to you as a chosen one is you start finding favor with men and with God. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of people think if you're chosen by God, you'll have a lot of people hating you. That's not true. That's another teaching from the devil. No, it's not like that. Sometimes people hate themselves. They don't take care of themselves. They don't like themselves. And they start wondering why people are not liking them and they don't appreciate them. It's because you yourself, you don't appreciate yourself and you don't appreciate what God has put in you. So you are actually rejecting yourself and you are putting it on other people, saying people are rejecting you. It doesn't work like that. If you are chosen by God, you find favor with men and you find favor with God. And that is because men now becomes your audience, becomes the platform that God will put you in, right? So it's important for you to understand that. People will love you. As a matter of fact, you'll have people who love you more than people who hate you. I'm not talking about the world. We can't be loved by the world. We are not of the world. But the people that God has sent you to, they will receive you with open hands. You'll have more people loving you than people who hate you. Then the fourth thing that will happen to every chosen person is that you'll always bounce back. You'll fall 7 times only to rise 70 times. Chosen ones are unstoppable, and not because of their might or their power or their intellectual capacity. It's because they are chosen by God. These ones are favored by God. God's hand is on them. You will bury them, the next thing they will germinate. They don't die, they multiply. They're unstoppable. You can't betray them thinking that just because you have exited their lives, they will mount up to nothing. They will surprise you. They will do it 10 times better without you. You will close this door here and only to realize they are coming out through the window. You close the window, they come out through the roof. They are unstoppable. They will always bounce back. And my advice to every chosen person is that every time you bounce back, show no mercy. Then the fifth thing, which in this case will be the last one, right? Of course, there are many things, but in this case will be the last one, is that if you are chosen by God, you will start seeing, hearing, smelling, feeling, and sensing things that other people don't sense. In other words, you see, for a lack of a better word, your intuition increases, your discernment, your ability to discern, right, is on another level. You can be looking at one person with somebody, but start seeing and feeling their spirit, their intentions, their heart. The Bible speaks about the word of God being the discerner of the hearts of men, right? Meaning you now know the intentions of this person, the motive. Somebody can come and say this. You're not hearing just their words, but you are hearing what they are not saying. That's why sometimes the chosen person can be in a relationship with a person. And once that relationship ends, the chosen one will come and say, I knew that this person, I knew it. And how did they know it? They knew by what? By intuition, by discernment. But they still what? Went ahead because they did not trust what they were hearing at that time.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Hey, what's up, family? Good evening. Shalom. Buenas noches a todos. I could have started this early, fam, but I was actually kind of like doing the notes, man. And then I came to the office and there was a bunch of ants all over my desk. I left a Gatorade bottle. Listen, I'm not gonna have the camera on, so as you guys can tell. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna leave it like this, okay? And I did change the little avatar. I can see that. I thought that was a really cool picture, man. I don't know the brother that did it, but let's see who's here. Nobody's here. Well, I mean, I see 3 people, but you know, nobody said anything, so I'm assuming you guys we don't know each other. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Well, my name's Joshua. Welcome to the channel. And feel free to I know when you guys hit the link, it has to do with like, oh, so other people can see it and gives us some money. No, we don't do that here. Okay? At all. But do hit the link, man, so our family can actually get this information. Anyhow, with all that being said, because apparently you guys aren't even patient, you already left me. It's all good. The title of the class today is called Sometimes the Raven Will Feed You. Let me show you what that means. Give me a second. Get this canvas thing going here. And let's see, where are you at? We'll do it here. Let's see. Boom. All right, you guys can see what this is here. It says, sometimes it's the ravens that feed you. And I know you guys are probably wondering, like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Hey, and well, I mean, let me put this on, man. I kind of wanted to hear this little background, family. Today, it's a little late, so I'm gonna hear a little background music. Anyhow, the reason I called it that, it's because a lot of us brothers, man, that came out of these camps, you know, we came out of these camps with a lot of doubt, with a lot of questions, with a lot of like lack of information and then misinformation, you know. So, you know, a lot of us spent a lot of time in these camps, and some of us went in and left. And you know, matter of fact, this reminds me of some brother asked me, like, how do you know the Most High is dealing with you? You know, and I don't know, man. I look back and I go, the only way I can tell is when I look back. I can't see him ahead of me. Hey, shalom, brother. I can't see him ahead of me, but I can see what he's done for me when I look back. Not that I'm not evading the plow. No, I'm ready for it. You know what I mean? But it's like sometimes I reflect, I'm like, man, you know, I've come a long way.
And that's how I know that the Most High has dealt with me, because the decisions that the decisions that were made at that time, they weren't made solely by me. The reason I call it, sometimes it's the ravens that feed you, because the Most High, he'll send you the weirdest people. He'll put you in the awkwardest rooms. In the least expected places is where he'll educate you. That's why the video I played earlier is like The Chosen, right? I never consider myself that. I say that to you guys. I don't deserve to be in this position. I don't. I'm telling you, family, I don't deserve it. Not because, because I know what I've done in my life, and I'm going to have to face the Father. Regardless of what I assume, may not have to be in, up for the bait, right? But no, I know. So I asked him sometimes, like, why did these things happen? Why did you put me in these rooms? Why did you think? Why did you wake me up? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? What, like, a lot of times we ask that shit, man. And well, I don't think there's anybody here that could honestly give you the right answer. There's no human being that will ever answer that for you. But I've learned this, at least in my 6 crawling years of being in this so-called truth, right? I've learned this so far. It says, for Hosea 4:1, hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord had a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there's no truth, no mercy. I know that gentleman mentioned, you so-called chosen, you can fall down 7 times, but you get up, man. You got to get up harder. Like, there's no way. It's like water. There's nothing stopping you, And it says you're clearly, like, show absolutely no mercy whatsoever. No mercy whatsoever. So here we see this. Now the Most High is talking to us about, like, because there's no truth, no mercy. Now, when you hear those words, it's because that's going to happen to us. No knowledge of God in the land, by swearing and lying and killing and stealing. Now, all these words here, I'm going to show you guys some serious stuff. And committing adultery and breaking out, and blood toucheth blood. Therefore shalt thou land mourn. Every one that dwelleth therein shall languish, which the beasts of the field, and with the fowls of heaven, yea, the fish of the sea also shall be taken. Listen, right there, taken, man. Right there. This is nothing going to be good for you, for us at all. Not. That's why it says, your woe to you. How's it go? Deuteronomy 28, right? Let me just read it real quick. Deuteronomy 28:16. It says, "Cursed." That's right. Cursed thou shalt be in the city, and cursed thou shalt be in the field. Cursed thou shalt be in thy basket and in thy store. Everything that you're going to carry about you ain't going to have any value whatsoever. The Most High ain't dealing with you, and he's not going to have any mercy. Now imagine, like the steps that you go through to grow, and like all the experiences you go through, right? All the pain that you experience. You think like the Most High, he got no mercy for you. And you know what? He probably doesn't. Because I know why I went through what I went through. I remember this conversation. I remember clearly. I was actually reminded of it by a brother that I was talking to. And I was like, yeah, man, this happened at this time. And because you know what? I unfortunately had the experience of an aborted child. And I didn't want it. I mean, I didn't want to have the abortion. But, that person that I cared a lot for at that time, she didn't know any better. And I guess I didn't know any better. And that destroyed me. So what I did is like, man, the hell with God. I really said that. And after that, man, like hell went loose on me. It's like, okay, just like the scriptures say, you're gonna turn your back on me. I will turn my back on you. And all these things, man, it's not joy. There's absolutely nothing good about it. You know what I mean? Like, was an alcoholic and went crazy with breaking everything. I mean, it was just bad, fam. It was bad. And I say I know like you probably hear some camps because I'm not of a camp. I'm not a teacher. I'm not no prophet. I'm not no messenger. All I know is that the Most High did wonderful works for me. And he allowed me to see the scriptures in its fullness and with simplicity. That doesn't make me better than y'all. Matter of fact, because I'm a piece of shit, is why I'm able to see this. Psalms 111:10, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A lot of times we want to sit here and understand, like, what do you mean by the fear? You know what it is, family? It's real easy, man. It's the discipline. The discipline of our Father is the beginning of our wisdom. So imagine yourself being a little kid. A little kid. Matter of fact, I wanted to show this in the end, but I'm going to show this right now because this is exactly what he wants out of us. You see, this whole thing about like the raven, it's a serious topic, family. Whether you catch it today or tomorrow morning, all praise to the Most High. Hey, I'm throwing it in the air, and whenever you guys hook on it, all praises to him. But I'm going to show you something right now. I wanted to show you at the end, but I think goes good with this, you know? Because a lot of times we don't. This is what he wants out of us, fam. Let me show you something. This is exactly what he wants out of us. And it reminds you of the scripture, you know, and I'll read it to y'all. Hold on a second. Let me see if it plays right now. Hopefully, Lord willing, it does. There's a great message in this. Hold on a second. Lord willing, it plays because I have a computer that's connected. All right. So it's again, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The discipline. Are you willing to? You see, I got to a point where I just couldn't. I couldn't do it no more. You know, I couldn't do it no more, man. I couldn't handle it. I got tired. I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. So the only thing left was, well, shit, man, I'm already destroyed. I got nothing left. So the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endureth forever. And a lot of times we like ignore stuff like that, you know, and we think like, oh yeah, I know what it means. Do you? Do you? John 3:3, Jesus answered and said unto him, verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. A lot of times we just read it and we have no idea, hey, Shalom Al, what that means. And I'm gonna show you something. This is what he means, fam. Okay? This is what he means. This is what he wants out of you. This is what he got out of me. Not because I had no hope. I was done, man. I lost my family. I lost my children. I was almost did time in jail for like a whole year. I had nobody for me. No, my mom was done. My family, everybody was done. One sofa away from extremely being homeless. Then you kind of get tired of that shit, man. And you know, that's what happens here. For some of us, you know, I'll show you something. For some of us, like these curses, right? Because they start in the 15th verse, Deuteronomy 28:15. And you see a lot of these curses, and cursed be thy body and thy basket. And then you see in verse 20 about cursing vexation. And that's when the mind starts being attacked by these enemies, right? And then we just went through like hardship of the body, physical flesh. But now we're like right there, bam. It's the first introduction to them really messing with our mind. And then the Most High then brings a little bit more attack on us physically. Physically. It's like first physically, then mentally, and then it's over. Deuteronomy 28:27. I'm sorry, 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. You're done at that point. You're mad. You're a druggie. You're an alcoholic. You whatever you are. You're a mujeriego. Whatever it is that you lust for. And blind at this point now because now, like I turn my back on them. I'm blind now. I got nowhere, no direction whatsoever. An astonishment of the heart, meaning my mind is effed up now. Why? And thou shalt grope at noonday, because I have no direction. As the blind gropeth in darkness. And thou shalt.
Hey, family, the other day I was talking to an older brother, and he said to me this right here. He said, what about the older men that were watching, you know, these young kids getting raped? What about the older men? What about their mindset? That's why I was talking about like how the elders, they had no fucking excuse, like they didn't care about our elders. So our elders saw our young daughters or sons getting raped, and they showed them in their face. He's like, well, how can you handle that? You know? Listen, family, I'm not trying to be abusive. What I want you to understand is that our children deserve that understanding. I'm not going to let them just, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's not going to happen. I'm from Guadalajara, Jalisco. I came to this country and I found out more stuff that I didn't like. And I'm searching even more. And that doesn't make me better than you. No, fuck no. You're my family, familia. So I'm going to dig more for you. And, you know, maybe I'm not the smartest man in the world, and maybe I'm not the right one to fucking do this shit, but you know what? I don't give a fucking flying fuck. As long as I'm the one that starts it. All I wanted to do was just start the movement. I want my family to understand how much I care for y'all. And there's so much more to be about you that you even knew.
Only, and thou shalt not prosper in thy way. So here we see a total destruction of the mind. And thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. This reminds me of my alcoholic days, man. And no man shall save thee. This reminds me of the scripture. Somebody brought it out the other day in a class. I
love my family, bro. I love your mother.
That's what I'm saying, family. If you're just me, I don't understand the scriptures, but they try to say that applied for like gangbanging, but it doesn't. Isaiah 51:17, awake, awake, stand, O Jerusalem, which had drunk at the hand of the Lord the cup of his fury. Thou hast drunken the dregs of the cup of trembling and wrung them out. I mean, at the bottom, kind of like, you know, like a drunk, like an alcoholic. When I don't know if you've ever dealt with alcoholism or addiction or any sort, or depression. I've never dealt with depression, but I could kind of see how it like crazy would take you, right? So like literally you've drunken the fury of the Most High. You're like sipping at the dregs of the black cup. Now you're addicted to his punishment. There is none to guide her among the sons whom she has brought forth. Neither is there any that taketh her by the hand of all the sons that she had brought, meaning Israel. Meaning there's no leaders now. Everybody's all effed up. Two things are come unto thee. Who shall be sorry for thee? Desolation, destruction, and famine. Desolation, destruction, famine, and the sword. But who shall comfort thee? So we see destruction because of the fury of the Most High. Deuteronomy 28:28. Deuteronomy 28:29. Thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of the streets as wild bulls in a net. This has nothing to do with gangbanging. If you read up and you read down, you'll realize that our sons are fainted, corrupted, like zombies. They lie at the head of the street, like at the corner, trapped, like wild bulls in a net, meaning you can't move. You can't move. You're not. There's no anger in you. Like, why are you even at the corner being in a net angry? That's stupid. No, it means that you're desolate. Your mind is done. We have no hope. Gangbang, all that stuff. It's you could say it, but it doesn't relate necessarily to it. It talks about destruction of the mind. Why? They are full of the fury of the Lord. the rebuke of thy God. This is when the mental attack began. That's why, if you look at what I started with, Psalms 111 and 10, and then you read Sirach 118, it says, the fear of the Lord is the crown of wisdom. How is it that the fear is the crown? How the hell does a fear become a crown? Bro. Yeah, hey, you got save me that, okay? Save me that one, bro, please. Because matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna save it right now. Hold on, I'm gonna save it because that actually ties into where I'm getting to. 118. It's beautiful, bro, because literally it's Sirach 118. You know what I'm saying? It's the Most High, bro. Increases knowledge, but increases sorrow. It's because I got a scripture literally that talks about better wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Better wisdom. So let me make sure that I put it here. That's beautiful, bro. All praise to the Most High, man. You in the spirit. That's beautiful. Anyhow, so let me read it now. For as much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. So yeah, man, you know what? You're right. This does increase sorrow. It really does, man, because that's what he's getting to. That's the whole point about like the ravens feeding you, like, because you start like, man, what am I doing in these rooms, bro? Why did God take me here? Then take me out. If these were the enemies, sometimes the ravens feed you. That's what verse 16. To fear the Lord is fullness of wisdom, and filleth men with her fruits, wisdom, understanding, peace. Even when you are not all there, when you're low state of mind, when you're low, your spirit is low in a low state, you still get it. She filleth all their houses with things desirable and garners with her increase. So even when we battle, we still have strength. The fear of the Lord is the crown of wisdom. So then it goes back. The fear is crown? How's that? How is crown fear? I thought kings are not supposed to be fearful. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom. Here's why. I'm going to show you real quick, and then I'm going to go back. Okay? Sirach 6, here's why. And I'm just going to get to the 24. Sirach 6:24. Put thy feet into her feathers and thy neck into her chain. Meaning, submit to the discipline of the scriptures. Bow down thy shoulder and bear her and be not grieved. Come unto her with thy whole heart and keep her with all thy power. Search and seek, and she shall be made known unto thee. When thou hast got a hold of her, let her not go. For at last thou shalt find her rest, and shall be turned to thy joy. Then shall her feathers be a strong defense for thee, and her chains a robe of glory. Sirach 118. The fear of the Lord is the crown of wisdom, meaning the discipline, the application of making peace, perfect health to flourish. Both which are the gifts of God, and enlarges her rejoicing that love him. Verse 17, she filleth all her house with things desirable and garner with her increase. Now check this out. Check this out. Fear. It's discipline. And wisdom is your submission to discipline. When you work hard for it, the Most High gives it to you. Sirach 119. Wisdom reigneth down skill and knowledge of understanding standings. You're like, what? Let me read it to you again. Wisdom reigneth down skill. Like this one here, right? Wisdom gaining down skill. Here, I'll show you real quick. This is in was it 738? I think it's 738. Yeah. He that believeth on me, as the scriptures have said, John 7:38. He that believeth on me, as the scriptures have said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. So when you look at Sirach 119, it says, wisdom reigneth down skill and knowledge of understanding, standing. meaning you stand. You're full of this water. You're skillful with the milk. You're skillful with the knowledge. You're skillful with the understanding, but you're meek because of wisdom, because of discipline. Watch, you know why? Because it says, and exalted them to honor that hold her fast. So it says, don't exalt thyself. He exalts you. Don't exalt yourself. He exalts you. Exalts them to honor that hold her fast. No, that's not some esoteric dumbass bull. This is not a female. You're supposed to treat wisdom with care. Imagine having a baby girl, baby daughter, a beautiful baby daughter. Just treat wisdom like that. That's what the Most High, when you pick up our book, that's what happens. That's what's in there. That's that the spirit. Like when you don't, I mean, you may see the book, but I see spirit in there, man. Then it goes again. The root of wisdom is the fear of the Lord, meaning the beginning of wisdom is the discipline of his ways. And the branches thereof are long life. Why? Because that stretches out to other brothers. 2 commandments, the most important. Love the Most High and love your brother. Be a tree, be a branch. It's not really that complicated, family. Once you just shut up, once you just learn how to shut up, you may just have a long life. It may actually just work. Revelation 10:9. Watch this. And I went up unto the angel, and he said unto him, give me the little book. And he said unto me, take it and eat it up, and it shall make your belly bitter. But it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey. So now you think of it like, well, what the hell does that mean? How does fear deal with crowns, and how does bitterness work with honey? And I've never tasted bitter honey. Meaning, it shall make thy belly bitter when you start really engulfing yourself in these scriptures and history. You're not going to like what you're going to find. Nothing's going to make sense sometimes. And that's the bitter part. Because you're going to be lost at moments. You're going to be like, damn, bro, am I really a son of God? Am I an Israelite? I'm still dealing with this. I'm still dealing with that. Why do you put me in these rooms? Like, what the hell, you know? Why do you do all that? Those are facts. So it's bitter at first. But it shall be in thy mouth sweet as honey. Why? Why do these things become sweet as honey? Verse 10, and I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it up. And it was in my mouth sweet as honey. And as soon as I had eaten it, it was in my belly bitter. So the opposite. You see? It was like, yeah, I woke up. I'm the child of God. Yo, it's good. Yeah, we're Israelites. Look, it's all in the history. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. What? Who enslaved who? Wait. I'm not supposed to deal with these people? But I thought they were my people. Things like that. Oh, shit. My mom believes in this? Well, I don't even talk to my dad now. That's the bitterness. But you got to see the sweetness in it. Like, that's not what my wife was like, no, you always talk about these things. Where's the good news? This is the good news, for God's sakes, man. What you mean? And I didn't mean this right here. Gotcha, bitch. What's in for you? Okay? I'm not talking to you, babe. I didn't mean that at all. Just automatically happened. But check it. Let's go to this one. Like the one you mentioned, bro. Ecclesiastes 1:18. For in much wisdom is much grief. Meaning, with as much as you know, it gets bitter. And he that increaseth knowledge increases sorrow. Meaning, the more you know, the more it sucks. The more people hate you. The more they want to hear from you. Listen, fam, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'll tell you right now. Look. It's 30 minutes in, right? I don't think I'm sharing anything negative. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a teacher. And there's only like 9 views, 1 like. But if I had a channel where I may charge, you may actually see more likes and more views. Because I've watched these other guys that some of these brothers sent me, and I actually allow my brain I allow it to like, okay, like for example, okay? Because this is what happened to me. Show you right now. This is what happened to me. Okay? Show you. Because I was like, yo, man, I don't know about that, bro. I listened to, I listened to it, bro. I really did. But man, oh man, bro. I was like, dude, what are they talking about? Yeah, I'm talking about Sakari. No point, nothing, like there's no, like, I don't even know what the hell the point was. Why even have the class? Hey, you know what? I forgot to show you something, family. What a dummy. Remember this video I showed you? My bad. Let me go back to that real quick. Let me go back to this. I'm sorry, family. I lost my train of thought on that one. Was going back to the whole child, right? How we're supposed to approach these things. John 3:3. Jesus answered and said unto him, verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. So Nicodemus is like, what do you mean? How can a man be born again when he's old? He can't enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born. And Jesus answered and said, verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again of water and of spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. And Nicodemus still didn't get it. Just what he meant. This is exactly what he meant, fam. Pay attention.
That's for you, just so you could buy yourself a little something with. Hold on. But I also have something, and there's a reason why I wanted to give you guys the $5. But there's something I have that's special for you. Now, each of you are very special, but there was something extra special that I heard that you wanted. And so what I heard was something that you really liked. And so I heard that you really loved this book and that this blessed you. And so I bought you your very own so you don't have to turn it in. Never, never, never. This belongs to you.
Thank you, Grandma.
Look, my love. Look, baby. Oh, you're so welcome. And I pray that the words in this Bible blesses your soul. And this says, presented to Bela Aguilar by Grandma Debbie on this date, February 6, 2019. I love you, babe. And you don't ever have to ever turn this in. This is your Bible. Okay? That's for you, my baby. Oh, you're welcome, because your mama told me how much you love to read. What do you say? That's for you.
That's what he wants, family. That's it. That's simple. But a lot of us as adults, we're never going to achieve that. I'm going to tell you that right now. Sorry to tell you.
Hey, fam, I'm going to tell you right now, man. I get that experience every day when my wife reads to my kids. My daughter, who's 21. My son, who's 11. My daughter, who's almost 3. And then my son, who's unfortunately, blind. He lost his eyesight about 2 years ago. He's autistic. I talk about real shit, man. In case you guys are new to this channel, like, maybe you don't know nothing about me. And maybe you think that I'm just full of shit. And quite frankly, I don't give a fuck. Because I know what I live. And I get to talk to some people, and they get to know me. And they know what I'm about. And they know that I'm real. You know what I mean? I'm not, no fake, no, it's nothing. So that video right there, I remind myself of my abuelita, my mom. She's 85. She's from Guadalajara, from a pueblo called Chiquilistlan, and she's like, man, I love you. I love the fact that you changed your life, because she married my father, an alcoholic man. And she says, I love the fact that you changed your life, because, I love your father. And I told her, he's just like me. And she said, I know. And I'm just glad that you changed. And every single one of us, brothers and sisters, that's why I share what I share. It's like we can make that happen, man. Like I love my children, and I know you guys love them too. And I can tell that there's already certain, I don't know what it is, but I'm not a powerful channel, you know what I mean? Like I don't have a lot of clout, but I can tell that there's certain things that are trying to turn off this channel because I can get it from my back end. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I keep saying, like, bro, listen, man, whoever's listening to this channel, bro, you guys got to create your own. You guys got to pass the word. You guys got to keep pushing it. It's not just about me. You guys got to keep pushing it, bro. You got to keep pushing it. Like I said the other day, listen, man, you guys better figure it out, or else, you know, like these classes are gonna be done pretty soon, and I can tell already because I can just tell, you know. So you guys got to keep pushing forward. I don't know why. Stop depending on our own selves, man. Y'all gotta fucking really push it, like make fire and shit, and like, you know, plan things. Like when you see stuff, like for example, I'll tell you what. Even make it very simple. When you pick up a book and you are really, really interested in that book, look at the references. Like, you know, like, let's say read a chapter and then go to the reference. And that reference is going to open up so many more thoughts, processes in your mindset. Like, what the fuck is this? And you're going to find out where they look. The end of the day, these people use other books. That's what they did. That's what I'm basically telling you. They use other books. It's like me sitting here in this table, and I have like 50 books around me, and I'm gonna make my decisions based on those books. And that's what they told you guys for so long. They've been teaching us that shit for so long. They've been telling us who they think we are. And I'm telling you that I know who we are. And you're not who you think they think you are. So, you know, and I'm not saying that you believe my shit. I'm not saying that. In my channel, I don't fucking do that shit. Look what I study it, and then, you know, you guys make your decisions. And I'm gonna be real with you though. I'm hardcore on fucking Canaanite because I know damn well that those Canaanites are not our people. I'm not gonna fucking hesitate on that. Okay, so aside from that shit, you need to find out who you are. I found out who I was. Let me read this, man. I'm sorry. It's right here on the screen, so I might as well read it. Philippians 2:3. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory. Man, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory. This has nothing to do with how you feel or how I feel or where I come from, or maybe if I'm black or white, or you know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. Never was this channel even about that. You know, when I came into this whole concept of like creating this channel, I was never about like hating negros. Nah, bro. Like, nah, man. I know what they went through. You know what I'm saying? But I understood that there was a difference between what we went through. You know? So Philippians 2:3. Let nothing be done through strife. I never did it through strife. I love my gente. And I don't want black people or white people to get hurt, bro. Fuck that shit, bro. I'm a son of God. And I know he's taught me, like, listen, man, you got to balance yourself. You're a king. And what is the best way to judge people? Nothing about you, but it's always about them. That's what I've always felt in my heart. So that's what I try to share. So let nothing be done through strife. Like the Messiah taught us that, because, you know, he had power to like fucking slap you guys around and shit. He never even did that. You know what I mean? And in case you guys don't even believe in the Messiah, listen, he's all over the Old Testament. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna waste my time with whoever tries to come in here and tell me Old Testament keepers. Listen, I'll smash you all day, every day. Hit the link, and I'll show you right now. I'll show you one scripture, and then you're not gonna say nothing after that. Anyway, let me go back to my story. So, I really saw. I was the one that was like, man, because I go deep in my history, right? And I show you guys some of my history, and I'm like, man, I'm scared, you know what I mean? I'm scared. Where's the Messiah? And then all of a sudden, man, like, I don't hesitate on my shit no more, man. I love the fact that I have this channel, and it's not my channel. It's my family's channel. I got brothers and sisters brothers mostly, not sisters. I got one that get to talk to me, man. You guys will keep it going. This shit is legit. Anyways, I want to show you guys something, man, and I'm gonna call it a night, man, because I'm really tired, and my wife's gonna come over here, and not because she hasn't seen her mom for like 2 months, man. Like with all whole Christmas stuff, like the whole Christmas stuff, that shit turned it over, bro. The whole Christmas stuff literally like kept her away. They were arguing, they were fighting, and for maybe that's good stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's good shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, man, but well, I hope and I pray that you brothers and sisters, that you watch yourselves too and shit, and you know what I mean, you go through it. There's a scripture that talks about, well, I'll say it like this. There's a scripture in the King James Bible that talks about endure. It's talks about gold. Sirach 2 and 1, right? It says that if you're enduring fire and all that, you go through the burning fire, right? Whatever. But I'm gonna say it to you like in the way that I read it in the Septuagint. And I'm not saying that you guys have to understand the way that I read it in the Septuagint. I'm just saying, like, that's the way I read it. So hopefully you guys understand it. In the Septuagint, it says that in humiliation, you're gonna find patience. And I sat there for a moment. I'm like, wow, that's pretty heavy, man. It doesn't matter who said it. You know what I mean? Like I thought for a moment. I'm like, in humiliation, you'll find patience. Brothers and sisters, you know what, man? In humiliation, I found my patience. And in my, what the humiliation word was in my mind was, in God, in my Father, I will find patience. And that's what he says. In your patience, you find your soul. What's that scripture? I don't know. I think I read that in the New Testament. So I have a very unique experience in how I get to read the scriptures and why I want to share them with you guys. Because if you really see it for what it is, that's why he talked about parables. That's why he said the seed. That's why he gave us 4 different examples of, like, how it goes through. Then he said the wheat. Like, when you talk about the Bible, or as at least how the scriptures are talking about it, when the Messiah is in, he's making it very clear to us what he's saying. Anyways, let's continue this real quick.
Let nothing be done through, Philippians 2:3, let nothing be done through strife or vainglory. Meaning, let nothing be done because it's about you. I. Listen, if you're a mother and you're in this truth, so-called truth, and you have a hard time talking to your child, you got a problem. If you're a father and you can't even sit down and talk to your son, you're not with God. Did you forget? Do you guys forget? The most simplest things. He said, in 2 laws, you hold everything. The Most High gave us 4 laws to deal with him and 6 laws to deal with us. And then he says, the 2 major laws fall on those. There's subcategories, but if you simplify it, if you love God, you wouldn't treat your brother or sister like crap. Know your kids. So here's my point, fam. Going to get to this again. When I mentioned that sometimes, I'll show you the picture. I want to show you this picture. Sometimes it's the ravens that feed you. I'll tell you why. You see, when I went to AA at one part of my life, right? And then that was it. And then I was woken, and then I went to a camp for 4 years. And then that was it. And then now it's like I'm where I'm at. So in my life, and I believe you guys can agree to this or attest to this, that sometimes you wonder why in the world would the Most High put you in the situation where you least expect to get help. Watch it. 1 Kings 17. And Elijah the Tishbite, who was of the inhabitants of Gilead, and said unto Ahab, as the Lord God of Israel liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be a dew nor rain this year, but according to thy word. And the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, get thee hence and turn thee eastward, and hide thyself by the brook Cherith that is before Jordan. And it shall be that thou shalt drink of the brook, and I have commanded the ravens to feed thee. So now the Most High tells him, yeah, I'm ready. You're ready. I'm calling you, bro. Go hide. Go isolate yourself. Go. Like, for example, for me, go to AA, sucker, because you don't know the Bible. And I know for a fact, if I give you the book, you're going to fail. So let me soften you up a little bit, okay? So it says, so he went and did according unto the word of the Lord. And he went and dwelt by the brook Cherith, that is by Jordan, before Jordan. And the ravens brought him bread and flesh in the morning, and bread and flesh in the evening. And he drank off the brook. And it came to pass after a while that the brook dried up, because there had been no rain in the land. Rain, water, get it? And the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, arise and get thee to Zarephath, which belongeth to Zidon, and dwell there. Behold, I have commanded a widow woman there to sustain you. So we see here that the Most High said, listen, go, but I'm going to get ravens to feed you. Ravens. Like ravens? Why? I mean, what do ravens eat? What do ravens eat? They're scavengers, predators, meaning they eat dead animals. They eat flesh. Why didn't he send a dove? Why didn't he send a brother? You see, this is where you have to start wondering, and that's why the scriptures say this to us. Listen, family, I'm going to tell you this. This is your book. Let no one tell you otherwise, okay? Revelation 1:3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the word of his prophecy, and keep those things, meaning discipline, which are written therein. For the time is at hand. The time is at hand. So I'm gonna tell you this something. For all you brothers that have been in these camps or still stuck on these camps, and you're kind of like, I don't know, man, because then it just makes no sense and all these things, blah blah blah. Listen, family. Sometimes the Most High will use ravens to feed you. He put me in AA. The least expected people help me understand one thing, because I didn't have an image of God, but I couldn't get sober. And the guy's like, listen, man, do you have a picture of God in your mind? It's a white guy, so-called white guy. And I'm like, not really, but he was like, look, just get rid of that, bro. Just think him as like a higher power, something beyond your understanding, like just power. Like, okay, I could wrap my mind around that. And then sobriety started kicking in. Isn't that the enemy? And now, why would predators and scavengers come and feed you? Why would God say, hey, I'm going to send ravens to feed you? Because what he's telling us is that sometimes what he does is he puts us in particular situations that we will not understand. Some of you brothers and sisters that are still in these camps, it's okay. It's okay. The Most High is dealing with you. Sometimes he'll use ravens to bring you bread sufficient and bring you flesh when you need it and keep you on the water just enough. He put me in IUIC for 4 years, family. Every now and then I left, a couple months, but I was literally there. And I was in AA. Then I went to IUIC, and I'm like, I'm not there no more. I always look back like, what the hell did you do this for? And all praises to the Most High. When I read this the other day, I didn't plan to say what I said. It just was of the Spirit, and then it clicked. Bam. Because that's a problem that a lot of our brothers have. Sometimes we don't understand that ravens will be there to help you, which is why it says make friends with the mammon, which is why when you said this right there, bro, it's perfect. Philippians 2:3, let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, but in loneliness of mind, let each esteem other better than themselves. And that's what I did the whole time. I didn't know they were ravens. I know now, but I didn't esteem them better than myself. I didn't esteem myself better than them. I always said, hey, what's up? Shalom, bro. I never disrespected anybody. I never felt superior than any of them. So for you brothers that think, oh, I'm just, nah, man, y'all don't know me at all. But what I want to show you is that sometimes you do walk in those camps. Sometimes the Most High does wake you up that way. Sometimes it is meant to be that way. But that doesn't mean that it's the truth. Because if that's the case, then why didn't Elijah, continue to have ravens feed his ass? Because apparently Elijah didn't listen to God in chapter 19 when God told him, hey, get out of here. Go get out of here. Because he's in the cave now. He ran from Ahab and Jezebel. So he's in the cave in chapter 19. And God tells him, hey, listen, man, I need you to go do this and that and that. But nothing happens. You hear mountains, earthquakes, and all these things. And then after that, Elijah hears a voice, and he's like, he heard a voice? Yeah, I'll read it. And it was Kings 19:13. And it was so when Elijah heard it, meaning after God had told him already to leave, that he wrapped his face in his mantle and went out and stood entering in the cave. Man, this guy was wrapped up all alone. Like, I know you told me to leave, God, but I don't know, man. That broad scares me. And behold, there came a voice unto him, said, what doest thou here? Because see, he didn't understand either. He's like, wait, you told me, okay, you wake me up you wake me up here. You send me to ravens, then you send me to a widow, and you're like, okay, I'm ready now. I'm ready, God. Now I'm going like, okay, that's it, Ahab, Jezebel, y'all, you sitting, I'm gonna kill you. Oh shit, I'm gonna go hide. See what I mean? You just don't know why God put us through what he did. I will tell you this, that it's because of this, whether you believe it or not, it's because of this. Judges 3:1. Now, these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known of the wars of Canaan. Why? Because ravens are predators. You got to be mindful, because you think Elijah is trusting them. He's like very cautious, like, all right, let me see what kind of bread you got. All right, the whole time. Only that the generation of the children of Israel might know to teach them war. That's why I haven't stopped doing the class every day, because right now is the time to strike, family. Right now is the time to feed that spirit, because the enemy is wounded. I know you guys don't understand what I'm saying, but trust and believe, they're wounded. And this is why these things are happening. Ravens feed you. Sometimes they teach you things, and then he prepares you, sends you to a widow, sends you to another camp. Maybe he put you in, maybe Christianity was your first thing, and then you went to another camp, and now you're not there. Or maybe Christianity was the first thing, Or you're a Muslim and you did this and now you're there and you're like, man, I don't know, bro, man, this sucks, man. Because now like I'm finding out new things. Now it's like, damn, bro, it's the Most High dealing with me. Hey, man, listen. If you're a Hebrew of the Hebrews, then you have nothing to fear. Namely, the 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians and Hivites that dwell in Mount Lebanon, from Mount Belhamar unto the entering of Hamath. So he didn't say, hey, listen, man, I made sure that to leave behind Edom so he could show y'all how to war. He didn't say Edom. Not at all. So don't be confused. Don't be scared, brothers, man. It's part of the plan. It's part of the plan. Get fears out of your ass, man. Just stop being afraid. If you're in these camps and you're doubtful, don't be. You are the people of the Bible. And no, we're not Negroes. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you right now. Man, you think this was, nah, man, listen. This is why I did it. Okay? Watch this real quick. I'm going to show you something. Is it at? Watch this. First of all, I want to show you something, family. This is from a book called Words and Phrases Origins. The word nigger, N-word. Okay? There's a point. When used by a white person to describe a black or African American person, this is probably the most offensive, hateful, hurtful term in language today, like Negro or negro. The word derives ultimately from the Latin niger, black. It is not an Americanism. The first recorded use of nigger being in 1786 poem by Robert Burns. Although variations on it, including nagger, because that's what the judge said, nigger or niger, are recorded 2 centuries before then. Though African Americans do commonly use the word in different ways among themselves. That nigger got lucky, you wouldn't believe. Blacks rarely ever do so in the presence of whites. Since the O.J. Simpson murder trial in 1995, when evidence is of use by the detective witness was introduced, it is often has been euphemistically called the N-word. Nigger has also been an offensive derogatory term applied to Indians as well as blacks up until the recent times. You're wondering why I read that? I'm gonna show you why. You see, we got to really find out exactly what's going on here, because you know a lot of times we just go by what people tell us, and I'm gonna tell you this right now, okay? I'm gonna tell you this right now, fam. I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this real quick. I'm gonna get to the point of the song because honestly, I like to use all my senses. I like to speak. I like to hear. I like to see things because I want to make sure that it makes sense to me. And honestly, yeah, let me get this through. When you ask other people who you are, listen, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, no, that's not it. That's why I couldn't find it. There's something interesting that this brother says, man, and he blew my mind. He like when he said it. Hold on. Here it goes right here. Listen to this, okay? So remember, why are we asking the enemy to teach us our history when you guys have eyes, you guys can read, and you have a brain, and you have a spirit? Why are we asking them to teach us? Because I'm going to tell you something very dangerous, and I'm going to show you, because you got to now start asking. Last class I showed y'all, they did everything possible to get rid of our history. Why? So listen to this guy real quick. Stop listening to Satan.
Desde el alma, nego, lo siento. Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Mira lo que el diablo ha hecho, pidiéndole consejo a un desconocido. Come on, family. This is from the use of term Negro and black to include persons of Native American ancestry to Anglo North America, Jack Ford. In 1854, the United States Supreme Court sought to bar all non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights. The court stated the word black may include all Negroes, N-E-G-R-O-E-S. But the term Negro, N-E-G-R-O, which is different than this one, does not include all black persons. Why? We are of the opinion that words white, Negro, mulatto, and black person, wait a minute, Negro and black person, what is the difference? Right? Okay. Whenever they occur in our Constitution, must be taken in their generic sense. The words black person in the 14th section must be taken on contra, distinguished from white, and necessarily includes all races other than the Caucasian. But you see, there's something called white standard. So just because you say white, that don't mean that they're actually white. It doesn't mean they're actually white. So now I'm going to show you this real quick. Jack Forbes, right? We saw Jack Forbes. Everything's synchronized. Everything is synchronized right now, family. I have it all organized, Lord willing. Y'all follow me on this path. And here goes. And over the whole. Hold on, let me get rid of this commercial. Focus. All right, here we go. All right, let's listen in for like a minute. He's going to talk about. Anyway, just follow me here, okay? Just follow me here. Here we go.
Chose to finance. Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyage, Native American.
Brothers, I showed you this in the book called Global Indios. I showed it the other day and the day before in the other classes. Global Indios is where he's actually getting the source from. It's very clear that he went by the way that he found these cases was not through historical writings. It was through court cases. That's how he found out that we were being transported all across the country, all across the world through court cases. Nobody wanted to write about us in that sense. So then it makes you wonder, like, why are Negros so adamant about, like, oh, they're the slaves? But yet you ignore us. Look, listen, I don't mind that I get it. You got slaves, fine. I get it. But why are we ignored? Why does our blood not matter? Why does my grandma not fucking care? How come my abuelita, Maria, or mi tia, you know what I'm saying? Like the one I eat tamales from and shit, that she made stuff with, that she woke up with me in the morning. How come she doesn't fucking matter? Why does it have to be just blackity black and all of a sudden, then it's significant? But we see our gente dying, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I'm not a fucking racist. I'm just saying, like, why didn't it fucking matter? You know what I mean? Like, how come my mom didn't matter? How come my daughter didn't matter? How come my brother didn't matter? How come my brother Miguel didn't matter? My brother Chato didn't matter? How come that? It's not about me. How come they didn't matter? I grew up out of 10 kids. How come the people that took care of me, they didn't matter? No. And this is why I keep saying, fuck you. You have to matter. You have to matter. So let's go.
Many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere.
All right, so check this out. Okay, so he talks about natives, right? And see, a lot of times we think, well, you got these black Hebrew Israelites. No, I'm sorry. These Africans, fake Hebrews. And there's a rule in this channel. I'm not calling you guys African Americans. Y'all are Africans because you're not from America. Anyhow, a lot of times, whenever these Africans want to say they're the part of the Bible, West Africans, I'm going to say that, the respect to the brother Oro, okay? Because the East African brother we got in Ethiopia. The respect to him. Let me make sure I say this. West Africans, okay? Whenever you guys want to use the Bible, you go directly to this right here. Deuteronomy 28:68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, and thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall save you. Now, I did watch Sakari one time, and believe it or not, that Hakka guy, the so-called leader, he actually tried to say, like, well, you guys didn't get you guys don't fit all the curses. You guys didn't get transported all over the place. This is what I'm talking about, family. When you don't know nothing, you don't know nothing. I can't, man. This has got to be from. I know this is. I can't remember which book it is, fam. But you know me. If you really want to know, I'll get it for you. Page 40. It says, "In this fashion." Well, maybe go up a little bit. It goes right here, because this is my book. Okay. Since demands of this nature were so frequent, the whole region was devastated within the space of a few years. During 6 or 7 of the years between 1523 and 1533, 5 or 6 slaving vessels patrolled the coast and carted off vast. Listen to me.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Who are you, Hakka? Who are you, Gorilla Fufu? You Fufurufu? Who are you guys to say that we weren't on slave ships? It says here. Let me remind it again. A vast number of these innocents to be sold in Panama and Peru. Oh, you were just scattered just in the continent. Really? So you say. Where they all perish. Indeed, experiences show time and time again that these people die very quickly once you remove them from their native lands. I know what that means, family. We miss our native land, especially as they often are forced to go without food, but still being made to do a full day's work. Damn, that raza, homeboy. Those who buy and sell them having no other thought in their heads but the work these slaves can be forced to undertake. To this day, they see you like that. Raza. They still do. You go to the next page. It says, in this fashion, I'm sorry, let me continue reading, okay? My bad. I should have read it properly. So it says here, in Peru, where all these perished. Indeed, experiences show time and time again that these people die very quickly. Okay, I read that already. Those who buy and sell them, blah, blah, blah. In this fashion, more than 500,000 poor souls, each of them as free as you and or me, have been taken from their homeland. On top of that, a further 500,000 or 600,000 have so far been killed during the course of the Hellenish fighting initiated by the Spanish, or as direct results of the horrendous conditions in which they have been imprisoned. So who were the first sardines? It wasn't you Negroes. It wasn't you Africans. And I'll show you why I know it wasn't. And if anybody from Sakari or GMS, or matter of fact, Sakari, I'm coming after you guys first. Hit the link. Because you guys are kids and you don't know shit. On top of that, a further 500,000 or 600,000 have so far been killed. That's 1 million. Either during the course of Hellenist and all that, right? And the carnage continues to this day. All this devastation has taken place over the past 14 years. And in the whole of the province of Nicaragua today, once I have said, among the most densely populated place on the face of the earth, there remain only 4,000 or 5,000 people. And every day sees even some of these succumb to the work they are made to do and the personal abuse to which they are subject every day of their life. Does that not still happen to us? I'll show you this now. We talked about the term Negro. We talked about these particular experiences that we see, right? That we were taken in ships. He's not lying. Let's continue.
Good evening and welcome to For the People. In 1920, historian
of the interaction of black people and Native American people. In other words, it's to tell the story to the fullest extent possible of the interrelations between these two ethnic groups with both extremely rich heritages of culture and history.
Where were the Native American population during the time that you studied?
Well, during that time period, I think virtually all areas of the Americas and all of the islands virtually, including up to Greenland for the most part, were occupied by different native people. So the entire continent and virtually all of the islands were occupied. Southern Greenland was a possible exception. When the Norse Vikings reached southern Greenland in the about 900, say, give or take, they found the remains. One of the characteristics is that it brutalizes people. It's the ambition of your society to do that. And along with that, of course, is the into that.
He's going to go on another topic. I don't want to lose track of this. So let's read. Continue on the same vein, okay? So we're talking about the definition of Negroes. Let me close this up. I don't like the way it opened. Excuse me real quick. Definition of Negroes. Remember that. Here we go. Page 68, 69, 70. Okay? So we're going to read now. Page 68 of Let the Blood Stay Pure. Remember, we're trying to understand what this whole Negro stuff is, right? Who are these ravens? You got to learn about them. But these are the ravens that came to feed you for a little bit. That don't mean they're your friends. Don't be stupid. It says, however, by the mid-18th century, when slavery in the region became increasingly Africanized, the Portuguese authorities issued a decree that the term Negro would no longer be used for Indians, but for African slaves exclusively. By this time, many of the Negros de Terra or de Terra were mixed blood. How convenient, right? Remember, 1854, names started changing. Due to the European broad use of the term Negro, it appears that the racial identity of the Negar, brought ashore James River in 1619, remains ambiguous as well. John Smith recorded the general history of Virginia. About the last of August came a Dutch man of war that sold us 20 Negars. These 20 were stolen from the Spanish vessel. Remember, keep in mind. Remember the word Negar meant Negro, okay? Negro. But remember, well, I'll show you that it'll say that the word Negro wasn't attached to black. It was attached to brown. That's why they didn't call people Negros at that time. So we see here that these 20 were stolen from a Spanish vessel by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. Now, if you guys follow these classes, who helped the Spaniards conquer the Americas? So, who were these Negros? Because if you look back at history here, this is not a transatlantic slave trade yet. Okay, so-called, because technically the transatlantic slave trade was unfortunately begun by using us, not negros, not you Africans. I know you guys love empathy. You ain't getting this shit from here because you guys are liars. Well, your leaders are. Maybe some of you guys are really lost. It says, what else? These 22 were stolen from Spanish vessels. But these Spanish vessels, remember who they were enslaving. They came here first. Spaniards weren't enslaving Africans. It was the Portuguese that were enslaving Africans. Spaniards were enslaving the natives first. One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathero, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. Exactly. Why? Let's see. Additional names were Anthony and Isabella, and there were also two other Anthonys, two Johns, Williams, Francis, Edwards, and Margaret, whose name may or may not have been Anglicization or some shit of Antonio Juan, basically saying, if these were our native brothers and sisters, and the Spaniards named them, and then the Dutch or the 13 colony people found them, and if they took them, then they would just enslave them and change them from Antonio to Anthony, from Juan to John. The use of the term Negar to describe the new arrival is not without significance. The Dutch, who were black, because that's what it means, black. Dutch means black, Negro. That's what it means. If you look at history, that's what Dutch means. Like dark. Dutch, dark. Look it up. The Dutch, the Negro, adopted the term from the Spanish as they had no such equivalent in their own name. You see that? So the Spaniards, the Negros, the Africans, and I'm going to show you, were calling us Morenos, but they were calling us Negros for whatever reason, because they were mostly mulattoes. There's a lot of kind of like trigonometry in this mathematical bullshit. Okay? Similar to the Spanish, well into the 18th century, the Dutch used Moor or Morian when referring to black Africans, not Negro or Nigger. Okay, so hit the link, Zakari. Hit the link, GMS. Hit the link, Shaka Zulu, whatever, whoever you are that thinks you know this book and our history. Hit it. Hit it. Be like, what's his name? Rob Bass. Here you go. Hit it like Rob Bass, man. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. It says, and for this cause God shall send them strong delusions, that they shall believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but have pleasure in unrighteousness. You know what? Have pleasure in your own vanity. Have pleasure in your own feelings. I can't be wrong. No. My daughter can't be right. No. My son can't be right. Oh no, my husband can't be right. Oh my son, no. There's no way. This guy's lying. No. IUIC the truth, Doc. We proved to you guys that they're not. Similar to the Spanish, it appears that the Dutch use the word negro as a general term for slaves. Yet the English definition for negro remains ambiguous. It does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slave due to a large portion of free population in England and in Virginia. Listen to this. It does not appear that the term was initially synonymous to slave. So just because you were negro didn't mean you were a slave. Due to the large portion of free population, meaning Africans in England and in Virginia, having this classification, they were dark. The Virginia colony, the colonial legislation often used the categories of pay attention, Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes to describe free and enslaved people. Don't the Wobble say that the natives, that these pictures that they use, that those are black people? But it says here that there's Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes. For example, chapter 13 of the 1705 statute, which defines slaves as real estate referred to as all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves. And in 1723, no, remember this, all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slave. No, now check this out. Because now we know from what this man brought out. Okay? This man brought out. Brought this out. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me see if I find it. If not, I'll just tell you. You guys probably know. He showed the picture. He showed the picture of the woman that is brown and light skinned. Okay? So in Virginia colony, the legislation often used categories. Virginia wasn't enslaving Africans as slaves yet. Remember, they were indentured servants. So who are these Negroes and these Indians? So now that you look back and you reflect, you're like, now I know you guys were calling Negroes our dark-skinned brothers, and you were calling Indians the light ones, because mulattoes were African and white to describe free and enslaved people. And it says the statute established a number of free people established to refer to all free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Was the term Negro, as used in the above statute, synonymous with Africans? No. Watch why. The English in the 16th century were referring to the people of Africa as Moors. But I thought you guys wobbles. And then later as blackamoors.
Hey, Negro, where you at, Negro?
Distinction. While the above 1705 statute referred to Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians, another
another
1705 statute referred, and for further Christian care and usage for all Christian servants, meaning white people, it is enacted that no Negro, mulatto, or Indian, although Christian or Jew or Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel, shall purchase any Christian servant, meaning white, except of their own complexion, or such as were declared slaves by this act. That's why these people wanted to stop slavery, because Negroes were enslaving white people, and white people were getting tired of it. What is of interest here is the Virginia legislation identified Negroes and Moors separately.
They're not Negroes.
I don't care if you get tired of me pressing that button. I'm never going to stop. You don't understand my humor. It's okay. If the term Moor was used for, if the term Moor was used for people of African descent, then who were the Negroes in the above passage? The same question can be asked regarding the term Moor. It was also translated with great flexibility and could include people of Arab descent. In addition, Negro was not synonymous with black because it also encompassed brown. And I told you guys that one. Now, while a definite answer may not be attainable, perhaps the reference in above passage regarding the disallowance of these and other purchases of Christians, white slaves, you see that? Christians, white slaves. Let me read it again. While a definite answer may not be attainable, perhaps the reference in the above passage regarding the disallowance of these or others to purchase Christian, white people, slaves, but only those of their own complexion, demonstrate that the English used the term also to denote color perception and not racial category, because there was white people that were dark-skinned too. The Oxford English Dictionary provides an 17827 example of the use of the term black and Negro, which further demonstrates the broad use of the term. This great muffled drum I played on by a black man, in this case an African nigger, 6 feet. If the term black was used exclusively for Africans, there would be no need for clarity in the latter part of the sentence. The great muffled drum I played on by a black man, in this case an African nigger. So that means that there was black people that weren't Africans, and they didn't look Africans. Wobbles, y'all are really, I know it's good, I know it hurts you, and I haven't been looking at, okay, cool, I know it bothers you guys, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. These aren't lies. I'm not just talking. I'm reading to you guys. And it says here, also the use of the term African Negro suggests that the term Negro was also broadly used in the 19th century Britain, as well as in the United States. As the California Supreme Court declared, we just read that in 1854, the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. Often the term Negro includes people of American Indian or part American Indian ancestry as well. Moreno, negro, prieto. This certainly was the case in colonial and antebellum period. Ooh, you black people don't love that word. Africans, you better look up antebellum. Because y'all were miscegenating with the white man and loving it. Loving it, man. White women with white men, black women with white men, black man with white women, black women with, I mean, God knows what else y'all were doing. Because, y'all are Canaan. So, and, we do know about the history of Romans and Greeks. Man, they love that whole little, sodomy shit. You guys make a perfect couple. Of the term Negro included the people of the American Indian or part of the American ancestry as well. This certainly was the case in colonial and antebellum Virginia. In 1770, listen to this, 40,000 people, including 2,000 black slaves, were reported as residents of the Virginia colony. However, the colony did not have that many Africans. There was, however, a large number of Indians in that area, which likely comprised of the population reported as black, Negro. Y'all even culture vultures with shit you don't want to be culture vulturing. Page 70. Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes. Doesn't stop, does it? Many were imported. You can import it on ships. Approximately 69 Indians were included among the list of Negroes. So wobbles, shut the hell up. Y'all look like our people. And the only reason your women have thinner lips or kind of look native is because you Africans raped them. I know that hurts. I know that's a hard pill to swallow. But I'm going to show you how miscegenation between black and white people has been going on for ages. I wanted to do it slowly. I want to make sure that you guys really chew on this right here. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. Remember partes sequitur ventrum? If our people were dark-skinned and they were enslaving our sisters, they were calling them Negroes. And now you got Africans using this same information and slapping their afro all over it. Just like the Bible. Matter of fact, they're doing this. Just like the Bible, they're doing this to our history. They're doing it. They did it once. They're doing it again. First Maccabees 3:48. And laid open the books of the law, wherein the heathen sought to paint the likeness of their image. Nah, we the people of we're Aztecs now. We Mayas. We're the Hebrews. We're everybody. That sounds real stupid. A similar occurrence happened in New York from 1715 to 1736. A number of studies have shown that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony. Partes sequitur ventrum was passed by King James IV, which is the son of King James I, which is the man that allowed the translation. And these are all Saracens, the Africans. I'm going to show you. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes as well in the colonial and antebellum period. In 1786, runaway slave advertisement for an East Indian Negro. Why would you call him Indian Negro? If you wobbles were dark. So this Indian wasn't dark. Or there were the Indians that were dark. This happened to be one that was, there was Indians that are light-skinned. This happened to be one that's dark. An East Indian Negro. Man called Gene, a slave born. In 1786. Demonstrates the broad use of the term Negro in Virginia. Then it goes, nevertheless, although slaves became virtually synonymous with Negro, Negro was not synonymous with African. Romans 1:25, who changed the truth of God into a lie? Africans. And worshiped and served the creature more than the creator. Are stupid people. Who blessed forever, amen. So they changed the image, and now our people are like, oh, I want to be like you. I want to be like you because you're so great. Y'all are insecure people, man. That's what it is. That's what it is, because there was a time when you wanted to be a white person. You know damn well that's true. Stop lying. Y'all shaved. You didn't even let your beards grow. A lot of you so-called Hispanics never let your beards grow. Now all of a sudden you want to let your beard grow? Y'all shaved because you didn't want to look as Hispanic. You wanted to have the Spaniard bloodline in you. Now all of a sudden, oh, no, I never thought that. Yeah, well, you know what? We all know you did. And even to this very day, Juan Juarez, whatever your name is, you have the nerve to send me a message. Bro, don't lie, man. You're a grown man. Just send me a message via Facebook. Don't post something on the channel. I know it's you. That's pretty stupid that you did that. So now, let's continue. I'm going to get deeper in this, fam. We're just getting deeper on this. Shit, we're just getting started. Watch this. Hispanic American Historical Review. Okay? So I need you to pay attention to these words now that we're learning. These words. Because before, we didn't know. But now we know. Okay? It says here, in the 16th century, Negro, Moorish, and Morisco slaves made up a sizable and conspicuous part of the population of Seville. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. But I thought Negroes were Moors. And I thought Moors were Moriscos.
Hey, family, in case you guys don't know, not the other day, a couple months ago, I think, a couple months ago, about a month and a half or something, I was showing you guys the THC guys, like Thoughts Camera Action guy, you know, that Negro over there from Europe. Now he's trying to say that Esau is in Africa. Yeah. He showed it the other class, like last, I don't know, 36 hours ago, whatever, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, well, somebody give me a hint. And like, oh, Esau is in Africa. So is that where they're going now? And then he started calling white people Canaanites. Not directly, but indirectly. What? Well, I mean, fuck, man. I don't even know what to say. Man, it's like you guys are a plague. You metaphor yourself into some other shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, listen, it's you know, I'll say it like this, man. I'll say it like this, bro. You can have this whole Israelite shit, bro. You Negroes can have all this Israelite shit. Honestly, man. You guys can have it. Have it. Enjoy it. Eat it. Swallow it. Because you know what I'm going to be with? I'm just going to deal with repentance. That's all I'm going to do, man. I'm going to ask the Most High to forgive me what the fuck I've done wrong. And I'm going to continue to raise my family, my wife, my daughters, and my sons to do the right thing. And you can be all the fucking glorious motherfuckers you want to be. Go ahead, man. Wow, man. It's like I can't compete with wickedness because I'm not wicked like you. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that. I can't do it. Man, it's just it's just fucking amazing, bro. Like, I mean, it's like even these so-called people that supposedly are about our people, they even go and use AI to like create some kind of image and shit. You know, like, look, listen, man, I don't attack if they don't attack me, but there's a couple camps that are subscribed to this channel, and I don't ever want to call them out. I don't know why they subscribe to this channel. I really don't know why, because they never attack me. But they believe in that 12 tribe chart. Now, you guys don't know that shit. Now, I'm not going to call them out, but I want to say something to you. Why would you put an Aztec looking man like a Negro and then say you're kings and priests and shit? I mean, look, listen, man, I don't subscribe to nobody at all, family. I'm just saying, like, there are people that actually listen to this channel. And even though it says like they're like 400 and change and shit, there's actually more people that are watching. And I'm not trying to be significant or magnificent. I don't give a fuck about that shit. People that talk to me know what the fuck I'm about. I don't care about that. I just wish that, man, people were sincere. You know what I mean? Like, but we're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have sincerity. That's the sad part. Anyway, let's continue, man. But anyways, my point is, I'm here and I'm gonna say some shit later on.
What? Somebody explain this to me. A town that became, remember, this is in Seville in the 16th century. In case you guys don't know, like, oh no, that's because no. 16th century is between 16th century is basically the decade prior to the 16th. So from 1501 to 1599. So from 1501 to 1599, Negroes, Moorish, and Morisco slaves made up a sizable conspicuous part of the population of Seville.
Say something to you. One of my brothers, and you know who I'm talking to, in case he's up. I'll say it like this. This guy, this Negro, I'll say a Negro from Europe, he's changed his channel several times. And now what he's trying to say is that maybe Esau is out of Africa. And he's kind of insinuating that Canaanites are white. Oh, yeah. I see it coming. I don't know. Listen, man. Hey, you believe me? You don't, whatever. I don't give a shit. I know where I'm standing. And I'm going to teach my family what I know. Okay? Okay. So I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You guys do what you're going to do. All right? Let's go.
We read earlier that thousands of our people, 500,000 or more, were taken to Europe. We heard from this gentleman here, this right here.
Very extensively, but I do comment on it. After that ancient period, we then get indications of Native Americans traveling or being driven by storms via the major ocean current. Bartolome de las Casas, above all else, was a slaver. And Europe.
Explain.
Well, this arises from the fact, principally from the fact that
first of all, I want to say this. I know he's not our gente, so I don't give a fuck who the hell comes in here and says, I don't care. It doesn't matter. You know, the funny part is, like, you're very quick to criticize the enemy providing information, but yet you use the enemy's information against us. You see how stupid you guys are? Stop it. I'm just trying to cut it off right now, family. I'm not arguing. Nobody's attacking me right now. There's no private chat on my side, because I do get private chats, in case you guys don't know. There is private chats and they talk shit and all that crap. It's all good. Right now, there's no private chats. I'm talking to you directly. Okay? So all that bullshit. No. Hold on, let me read this real quick, bro. PTC, brother, what's up, man? I like you here. Interesting, many reports of redheads, giants. Well, you know, man, that's theoretical, bro. Let's talk about facts. Hold on. You know what I'm talking about. You know me, man. I think you talked to me enough. Let's hear facts.
Christopher Columbus, above all else, was a slaver. And according to the Spanish Jesuit writer, not Jesuit writer, excuse me, but the Spanish writer.
No, he actually slipped. That really what he meant to say, but he effed up. Okay? Keep in mind, Keep in mind, okay? Let me just play this, and I'll remind you guys. I'm gonna let it play for up to, let's see, we're at about 2 minutes, okay, fam? So I'll be here. Let's go.
Bartolome de las Casas, who is the principal author of that gives us the information from Columbus's diaries. Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest.
He was
that
very
is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere.
Remember the book I brought out, Global Indios, how they were processing court cases to be freed from not being slaves. So now I'm gonna ask you, fucking negros, how come you guys didn't bring this up? If you said you're all about anti-slavery, what is the whole concept of Section 19? I mean, well, how come you did you forget about us? Or like, did it not bother you to understand that we were in that whole ship as well? Or I'm sorry, was it only Negroes that were being tossed over on the ship and shit? Oh, did you forget to fucking write down that there was like Latino, Hispanic, so-called Hispanics, paisas like me, you know what I'm saying? That they were right there on the ship too. How come you Negroes didn't bother to add us in this whole fucking history? I mean, that's a serious question. Why? Or like they say, why come? Why come? Why come? We are not in the historical books as being brought in slave ships or oppressed with chains or had them in our hooks and our necks. And then you wonder why now we see the brothers that are fighting against, our gente that is trying to sell food, right? And they're getting arrested and there's no bailout for them. Why? Because we ain't Negroes? Because we're not niggas? Are we not loud enough to be saying some fuck you, fuckity, black, black, black? Is that what we have to be? This has been going on for too fucking long. And you see, family, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, all of these so-called people that believe in you don't believe in you. Because they still tell you that you're just Issachar. Shut the fuck up. It's just the way it is. If it happens to a Negro, then it's going to matter. As long as it doesn't happen to a Negro, then, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, just set aside yourself because it doesn't matter. Well, tell you what, man. I'm going to tell you right now for a fact. I know that you guys are not Judah. You don't even know how to say the name of the Most High. You Negroes never fucking suffered from Deuteronomy 28. I'll break you down every single scripture. I've asked you every single time, show up to this channel. A sincere, debate, whatever. Let's go over it. And I'll show you that you don't fit any of the curses. None of you black people fit any of Deuteronomy 28. And I will sincerely, slowly, empathetically, emotionally, even suavemente break it down for you to show you that you're not part of that curse. And then I'll show you where you are, how come you are scattered. because of who you are. And I'll even say it from the people that you believe who you think you are. And the reason why I want to do this is because for the last 30 years, you claim to be like this nation of people that were so righteous and shit. And you know what? I think some of us really believed it. You know what I mean? Like, man, you're right, man. You guys suffered. But then we sit back and, we reflect on this stuff. And I'm like, no, this was all made up. You are 2 or 3 time loser. Because when I look at history, you can't. Someone's lying in the story, family. Maybe I don't know if you guys were listening for a while or I was muted for a bit. But I was just saying about how we've been lied to for a long time. And hold on a second, let me do it like this. Matter of fact, let me play it again because I think I was muted and I lost my train of thought. I started talking around right here. Let me play it again, all right? Let's go.
That those are black people? But it says here that there's Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes. For example, chapter 13 of the 1705 statute, which defines slaves as real estate referred to as all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves. And in 1723, no, remember this, all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slave. No, now check this out. Because now we know from what this man brought out. Okay? This man brought out. Brought this out. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me see if I find it. If not, I'll just tell you. You guys probably know. He showed the picture. He showed the picture of the woman that is brown and light skinned. Okay. So in Virginia colony, the legislation often used categories. Virginia wasn't enslaving Africans as slaves yet. Remember, they were indentured servants. So who are these Negroes and these Indians? So now that you look back and you reflect, you're like, now I know you guys were calling Negroes our dark-skinned brothers, and you were calling Indians the light ones, because mulattoes were African and white to describe free and enslaved people. And it says the statute established number of free people established to refer to all free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Was the term Negro, as used in the above statute, synonymous with Africans? No. Watch why. The English in the 16th century were referring to the people of Africa as Moors. But I thought you guys wobbles. And then later as blackamoors and Ethiopians and Negroes. Distinction. While the above 1705 statute referred to Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians, another 1705 statute resorted, and for further Christian care and usage for all Christian servants, meaning white people, it is enacted that no Negro, mulatto, or Indian, although Christian or Jew or Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel, shall purchase any Christian servant, meaning white, except of their own complexion, or such as were declared slaves by this act. That's why these people wanted to stop slavery, because Negroes were enslaving white people, and white people were getting tired of it. What is of interest here is the Virginia legislation identified Negroes and Moors separately. I don't care if you get tired of me pressing that button. I'm never going to stop. Yeah, I don't understand my humor. It's okay. If the term Moor was used for, if the term Moor was used for people of African descent, then who were the Negroes in the above passage? The same question can be asked regarding the term Moor. It was also translated with great flexibility and could include people of Arab descent. In addition, Negro was not synonymous with black because it also encompassed brown. And I told you guys that one. Now, while a definite answer may not be attainable, perhaps the reference in above passage regarding the disallowance of these and other purchases of Christians, white slaves, you see that? Christians, white slaves. Let me read it again. While a definite answer may not be attainable, perhaps the reference in the above passage regarding the disallowance of these or others to purchase Christian white people, slaves, but only those of their own complexion, demonstrate that the English use the term also to denote color perception and not racial category.
Hey, family, I'm just going to tell you already right now, you guys got to get prepared because I'm going to go about another 3 hours on this because I did not show you this before, and I want to show you this right now. All right, so hang in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be right here. Let's go.
Because there was white people that were dark-skinned too. The Oxford English Dictionary provides an 17827 example of the use of the term black and Negro, which further demonstrates the broad use of the term. This great muffled drum I played on by a black man, in this case, an African nigger, 6 feet. If the term black was used exclusively for Africans, there would be no need for clarity in the latter of the sentence. The great muffled drum I played on by a black man, in this case, an African nigger. So that means that there was black people that weren't Africans. And they didn't look Africans. Wobbles, y'all are really, I know it's good. I know it hurts you. And I haven't been looking at, okay, cool. I know it bothers you guys, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. These aren't lies. I'm not just talking. I'm reading to you guys. And it says here, also the use of the term African nigger suggests that the term Negro was also broadly used in the 19th century Britain, as well as in the United States. As the California Supreme Court declared, we just read that in 1854, the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. Often the term Negro includes people of American Indian or part American Indian ancestry as well. Moreno, negro, prieto. This certainly was the case in colonial and antebellum period. Ooh, you black people don't love that word. Africans, you better look up antebellum. Because y'all were miscegenating with the white man and loving it. Loving it, man. White women with white men, black women with white men, black man with white women, black women with, I mean, God knows what else y'all were doing. Because, y'all are Canaan. So, and, we do know about the history of Romans and Greeks. Man, they love that whole little, sodomy shit. You guys make a perfect couple. Of the term Negro included the people of the American Indian or part of the American ancestry as well. This certainly was the case in colonial and antebellum Virginia. In 1770, listen to this, 40,000 people, including 2,000 black slaves, were reported as residents of the Virginia colony. However, the colony did not have that many Africans. There was, however, a large number of Indians in that area, which likely comprised of the population reported as black. Negro. Y'all even culture vultures with shit. You don't want to be culture vulturing. Page 70. Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes. Doesn't stop, does it? Many were imported. You can import it on ships. Approximately 69 Indians were included among the list of Negroes. So wobbles, shut the hell up. Y'all look like our people. And the only reason your women have thinner lips or kind of look native is because you Africans raped them. I know that hurts. I know that's a hard pill to swallow. But I'm going to show you how miscegenation between black and white people has been going on for ages. I want to do it slowly. I want to make sure that you guys really chew on this right here. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. Remember partis sequitur ventrum? If our people were dark-skinned and they were enslaving our sisters, they were calling them Negroes. And now you got Africans using this same information and slapping their afro all over it. Just like the Bible. Matter of fact, they're doing this. Just like the Bible, they're doing this to our history. They're doing it. They did it once. They're doing it again. First Maccabees 3:48. And laid open the books of the law, wherein the heathen sought to paint the likeness of their image. Nah, we the people of we're Aztecs now. We Mayas. We're the Hebrews. We're everybody. That sounds real stupid. A similar occurrence happened in New York from 1715 to 1736. A number of studies have shown that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony. Partis sequitur ventrum was passed by King James IV, which is the son of King James I, which is the man that allowed the translation. And these are all Saracens, the Africans. I'm going to show you. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes as well in the colonial and antebellum period. In 1786, runaway slave advertisement for an East Indian Negro. Why would you call him Indian Negro? If you wobbles were dark. So this Indian wasn't dark. Or there were Indians that were dark. This happened to be one that was, there was Indians that are light-skinned. This happened to be one that's dark. An East Indian Negro. Man called Gene, a slave born. In 1786. Demonstrates the broad use of the term Negro in Virginia. Then it goes, nevertheless, although slaves became virtually synonymous with Negro, Negro was not synonymous with African. Romans 1:25, who changed the truth of God into a lie? Africans. And worshiped and served the creature more than the creator. Our stupid people. Who blessed forever, amen. So they changed the image, and now our people are like, oh, I want to be like you. I want to be like you because you're so great. Y'all are insecure people, man. That's what it is. That's what it is, because there was a time when you wanted to be a white person. You know damn well that's true. Stop lying. Y'all shaved. You didn't even let your beards grow. A lot of you so-called Hispanics never let your beards grow. Now all of a sudden you want to let your beard grow? Y'all shaved because you didn't want to look as Hispanic. You wanted to have the Spaniard bloodline in you. Now all of a sudden, oh, no, I never thought that. Yeah, well, you know what? We all know you did. And even to this very day, Juan Juarez, whatever your name is, you have the nerve to send me a message. Bro, don't lie, man. You're a grown man. Just send me a message via Facebook. Don't post something on the channel. I know it's you. That's pretty stupid that you did that. So now, let's continue. I'm going to get deeper in this, fam. We're just getting deeper on this. Shit, we're just getting started. Watch this. Hispanic American Historical Review. Okay? So I need you to pay attention to these words now that we're learning. These words. Because before, we didn't know. But now we know. Okay? It says here, in the 16th century, Negro, Moorish, and Morisco slaves made up a sizable and conspicuous part of the population of Seville. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. But I thought Negroes were Moors. And I thought Moors were Moriscos. What? Somebody explain this to me. A town that became, remember, this is in Seville in the 16th century. In case you guys don't know, like, oh, no, that's because, no. 16th century is between 16th century is basically the decade prior to the 16th. So from 1501 to 1599. So from 1501 to 1599, Negroes, Moorish, and Morisco slaves made up a sizable conspicuous part of the population of Seville. We read earlier that thousands of our people, 500,000 or more, were taken to Europe. We heard from this gentleman here, this right here.
Very extensively, but I do comment on it. After that ancient period, we then get indications of Native Americans traveling or being driven by storms via the major ocean current. Bartolome de las Casas, above all else, was a slaver. And Europe.
Explain.
Well, this arises from the fact, principally from the fact that Christopher Columbus, above all else, was a slaver. And according to the Spanish Jesuit writer, not Jesuit writer, excuse me, but the Spanish writer.
No, he actually slipped. That really what he meant to say, but he effed up. Okay? Keep in mind. Keep in mind. Okay? Let me just play this and I'll remind you guys. I'm gonna let it play for up to, let's see, we're at about 2 minutes, okay, fam? So I'll be here. Let's go.
Bartolome de las Casas, who is the principal author of, that gives us the information from Columbus's diaries. Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere. So even before there are any appreciable number of African slaves being sent to the Americas, there are Native American slaves being sent to Europe, principally probably ending up in Lisbon and Seville, or Sevilla in southern Spain, but also being transshipped to Valencia and many other cities. Principally, now at the same time that that's happening, there are large numbers of African slaves being sent northward to the same cities. And in fact, as far as black Africans are concerned, they've been being sent northward since approximately the 1440s, 1450s to those cities. There are also, I might add,
as you can see, right? As you can see, there's a lot going on with. Hold on a second. I was trying to send this message over to the other link, but anyways, it doesn't matter. As you can see, we've been traveling to different places for quite some time. For quite some time, which is why when you read in the 16th century, Negroes, what Negroes? Natives, Moorish, Africans. Moriscos are the Muslim converts. Moranos are the Jew converts. Moriscos are the Muslim converts. So Negroes were the Hispanic native Indians. Moorish were the Africans. Made up a sizable and conspicuous part of the population of Seville, a town that became as a result of the opening of the New World. And hold on. And the most famous and importation city in Spain. Throughout the century, slaves abounded among the crowds that filled the streets of the teeming metropolis. They called it New Babylonia. Whew. It was called by literally figures of the period. They could be found in all of the focal points of the city, along with the wharves and the arenals, in the public squares and marketplaces. Too many contemporaries. The presence in Seville of so many slaves did much to create the cosmopolitan atmosphere for which the city was well known. Some observers went so far to claim that there was almost as many Negro and Moorish slaves as free citizens. Wobbles, y'all need to wake up.
Like I said, we have this other so-called channel that was pro Negro, you know what I'm saying, like all about their shit, and then now he's not pro Negro no more. Now he's calling them Canaanites. Oh, but at the same time, he's also saying that white people or Esau might be from Africa. Because based on the so-called understanding of the scripture that his brother from Europe figured it out. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Ustedes negros son tinieblas, cabrones. You know what I mean? It's just I don't even think we have to fight that much no more, family. Well, that's all I say to you. Repent. Like, for example, a brother sent. In fact, I want to show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you. This, I think it's important. You're right. Hey, thank you, bro. If you're watching, thank you for sending this to me. Because a lot of us sit here and want to claim that we understand repentance and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys don't know what the hell that means. Hold on a second. Let me see if I could upload it real quick. Well, let me see if I can download it. Maybe that's what I need to do. All right, so I'm about to embarrass a dumbass because I like to embarrass dumbasses. Dumbasses should not be using our book. It's very offensive. So let's listen to this supposedly understanding, or this guy says that, why are you out there in the street teaching? The reason he cannot, okay, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to explain it ahead of time so then you can watch it, so then you understand what okay, so it's 2 minutes and 39 seconds. I'm not going to speed it up. I want you to listen. Okay, so so for example, if you ask me, what is repentance, right? On a personal level, like I'll talk to you. Now, if you're teaching in the street, you're supposed to be very clear into what repentance means, okay? Now, if you don't know what that means, if you don't understand the process, or if you cannot reflect on scripture that guided you through the repentance process, things that you could always think about or bounce off, or other people that you talk to, that you're just gonna explain what regurgitates what they taught you in these black Hebrew Israelite bullshits. You know what I mean? They're just gonna teach you how to explain how what repentance means. But none of y'all Negroes have ever repented. I mean, maybe some of you guys have, but I know for a fact that most of y'all have, because you're not our people. You're Canaan. So the best way that you can explain yourself is like this. Let's listen and learn. Hey, listen, you guys make the decision. Man, I'm not bushing, man. I'm just like, bro, it's not that difficult, but apparently it is difficult for them. Play the shit.
No, I mean, I'm just saying in general, but in general, what I'm trying to get at, so it's like, because I know that the flesh is contrary to the spirit, right?
Right. And Paul said, I just don't do it. It was that simple. The result of what you're talking about is Romans 7. Romans 7 literally just says, look, my flesh is the sin, but my spirit is of God.
Right.
So in order to not live in the flesh, I just live in God. So he literally just said, don't do the sin.
Okay, but all right, what about this then? So like he also said that when I want to do good, he was right there with me.
Yeah. So you just don't do the evil.
I do not.
Right. And what I would do, I don't do, but what I would not do, I would do.
Right.
Meaning, the things that I want to do, which is sin, I don't do. So in order to not do it, you just don't do it. That's what Paul said.
He still do it though.
He didn't say he didn't do it. He said those things that I would,
that is so funny,
I would not. That's Romans 7.
Well, pull up.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's read it. Romans 7.
I'm already there. Where you want to start at?
Romans chapter 7 and yeah. Hold on.
14.
You hold what you got in Luke.
Okay, so I just want to say something real quick before we get into it. You can see between him and the reader, because I've done this before. You know what I mean? Like, remember, I was in these camps, and never. If there's anybody that says I never went on the street, you guys are liars and shit. Like I did the dirty work. One thing that they teach you is like how you communicate with the reader, or they call it the the brother that holds the scriptures. So you have to be in sync with him. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be battling with him at all, man. He has to follow you no matter what. You know what I'm saying? But right off the bat, I noticed that didn't happen right here. This guy was like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" The Negro in the yellow, yeah, because I'm gonna call you a Negro. Y'all Canaanites and shit. So until you otherwise, you're a Negro to me. He got upset. So listen, watch this move, bro. The guy don't even know what he's talking about. We're gonna dissect that in a little bit. I'm just gonna go from the beginning because that's where it matters. They're using the scriptures, and I'm showing you how there's no solid base at all. Let's go.
I'm already there. Where you want to start at?
Romans chapter 7 and yeah. Hold on. 14. You hold what you got in Luke. So start at verse. No, it's a little bit above it. No, yeah, you're right. What are you talking about? Yeah.
So you see that? He's like Romans chapter 7. He's like, what you talk about? What you about? There's friction. When it comes to teaching in the street, there shouldn't be no friction at all. I've done this before. No friction whatsoever. Hey, give me that scripture, brother. Okay, cool. It was just go on fire. That's where it goes. That's how it is. But there's friction already. Why? Because the guy in the red, he's dominant more than the guy that's teaching. You can already tell. And I know Sakari knows this shit because if they study this, if they're smart, maybe they're not. I mean, that's how I would see it. But this guy don't even know how to break down shit because he's like, oh, hold on, Romans 7, bro. You don't even have to go there. But again, this is based on he's teaching from what they call milk. Listen, there was brothers listening to this channel earlier, man. You guys left. I don't give a fuck, man. You guys either believe me or you don't. I don't care. I don't care, man. You're not making me feel better or worse, bro. You guys are whack for even fucking listening to me in the first place and shit. Let's go.
So read verse 14.
The book of Romans 7, chapter 14. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin.
So he said the law is spiritual, but I'm carnal, sold under sin. So the body, the flesh,
right,
is sold under sin. Watch this.
For that which I do.
So that which I do, my body would do, which is
sin.
Okay.
I allow not.
I allow not. So he said, I don't allow sin.
What version is that?
This is King James.
King James.
Yeah. So go ahead.
But what I would, that do I not.
So he said, that what I would, that do I not. So he would sin, but he don't do it. Right? Go ahead.
But what I hate, that do I.
He said, but what I hate, which is the law, that I do.
So what you mean he hate the law? Like?
Because his body is sold under sin.
Right.
So he want to do the fleshly thing.
Did you guys hear what he said? He said he hates the law. He hates the law? What the fuck y'all talking about, man? What do you mean he hates the law? Hey, Sakari, why are you getting these people to go out there and teach? Let's continue to this. Let's continue listening to bullshit. I'm gonna cuss a little bit, family. Excuse me.
But he hate that he have to keep the law because of his fleshly body. That's what Paul is saying. So your flesh is sold under sin, and it's against the law. So because we live in this flesh,
I'm not gonna let it slip, family. Hold on a second. Let me go back. What the fuck did these guys say? Excuse my language. What did he just say? Hold on a second.
sin, but he don't do it. Right? Go ahead.
But what I hate, that do I.
He said, but what I hate, which is the law, that I do.
So what you mean he hate the law? Like?
Because his body is sold under sin.
Right.
So he want to do the fleshly things. But he hate that he have to keep the law because of his fleshly body. That's what Paul is saying. So your
Oh man, I don't know, man. The flesh is what he was trying to say. I don't know. Let's hear that again real quick. Let's just hear that again. I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again. Make sure it resonates. And then after that, man, I'm going to shut it down. All right, let's go. Let's go.
I allow not.
I allow not. So he said, I don't allow sin.
What version is that?
This is King James.
King James.
Yeah. So go ahead.
But what I would, that do I not.
So he said, that what I would, that do I not. So he would sin, but he don't do it. Right? Go ahead.
But what I hate, that do I.
He said, but what I hate, which is the law, that I do.
So what you mean he hate the law? Like?
Because his body is sold under sin.
Right.
So he want to do the fleshly things.
But they hate to keep the law. I guess maybe that's why they assume that, you know, you're not perfect. You know what I'm saying? That's why they probably hate Hebrews and shit. That's why they talk shit about Paul. That's why ISUPK says John the Baptist was not part of the, you know, understanding or some shit. Bro. You guys are a sad case. Hey, VTC, brother. Thank you, man, for watching this shit, bro. Like, seriously, man, they are a sad case. I'm not even worried about them no more. Let me play the game. Let me play the game, man. Like, listen to what he's saying, bro. Like, it's like okay, tell me my fact. I'm gonna let it play, and then that's it. You guys, you know what I mean? And then good night. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I'm being real with y'all. I'm gonna let it play. Y'all, shalom or sabbat or whatever you guys, you know, saludos, whatever, bro. BTC, thank you, brother, man. I appreciate you talking to you, bro. And any brother out here, man, that's out here like listening to me, man, I really appreciate you guys like taking the time to at least watch this channel, push it forward, show our gente. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking for nothing, man. All I'm asking for is for you to seek truth. That's it. Find who you are, find out what your gente is, and find out that we have rules. And that's why within yourself, most of my gente was always reserved or trying to do the right thing, and you just didn't know why. And you said, well, because I believe in God. Nah, because you are of our Father. You understand that? Let's go, man. Y'all have a good night, man. Take care of yourselves.
No, I mean, I'm just saying in general, but in general, what I'm trying to get at, so it's like, because I know that the flesh is contrary to the spirit, right?
Right. And Paul said, I just don't do it. It was that simple. The result of what you're talking about is Romans 7. Romans 7 literally just says, look, my flesh is the sin, but my spirit is of God.
Right.
So in order to not live in the flesh, I just live in God. So he literally just said, don't do the sin.
Okay, but all right, what about this then? So like he also said that when I want to do good, he was right there with me.
Yeah. So you just don't do the evil.
I do not.
Right. And what I would do, I don't do, but what I would not do, I would do.
Right.
Meaning, the things that I want to do, which is sin, I don't do. So in order to not do it, you just don't do it. That's what Paul said.
He still do it though.
He didn't say he didn't do it. He said those things that I would not. That's Romans 7.
Well, pull up.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's read it. Romans 7.
I'm already there. Where you want to start at?
Romans chapter 7. And hold on.
14.
You hold what you got in Luke. So start at verse. No, it's a little bit above it. No, you're right.
What are you talking about,
Yeah. So read verse 14.
The book of Romans 7, chapter 14. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin.
So he said the law is spiritual, but I'm carnal, sold under sin. So the body, the flesh,
right,
is sold under sin. Watch this.
For that which I do.
So that which I do, my body would do, which is
sin.
Okay.
I allow not.
I allow not. So he said, I don't allow sin.
What version is that?
This is King James.
King James.
Yeah. So go ahead.
For what I would, that do I not.
So he said, that what I would, that do I not. So he would sin, but he don't do it. Right? Go ahead.
But what I hate, that do I.
He said, but what I hate, which is the law, that I do.
So what you mean he hate the law? Like?
Because his body is sold under sin.
Right.
So he want to do the fleshly things. But he hate that he have to keep the law because of his fleshly body. That's what Paul is saying. So your flesh is sold under sin,
right,
and it's against the law.
Right.
So because we live in this flesh, we have to do the things that we hate, which is keeping the law. That's what he's saying.
So okay. All right, keep going.
Oh, I guess my family's home. So you family, y'all take care. I'm gonna play music real quick. Thank you for being around. I really appreciate y'all being here, man. You know, I consider you my family. As you can hear, like they're like rushing and shit. So let me play a song, man. I'll see you guys later. All right, hold on. Hey, relax. Hold on a second, family. Stop it. You see how it is? Good night, family. I love y'all, man.
Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby them, ribby them. Hey, hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Uhuru Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic love sound that removes soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, bad Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic love sound that removes soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, bad Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from Volumen 8. My niggas on Volumen 8, this is key on the studio respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh, la 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio of the on. And when I got just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit in number 15? Rock you in the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sitio on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. I live with the farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man, a farmer warrior day. Not I really think. Oh, yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, Lego. Raw. Not really easy. No. Tuning on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.